Now we're starting. Again, today's presentation will be called The Distinctive Sign of the the distinctive sign of the covenanted community. And that sign is called the Sabbath. We will review this great subject matter called the Sabbath by making a distinction. And the distinction that we will make, as we have always made, is between the holy and the unholy. And we will use this great sign to prove without a shadow of a doubt that if you're not under the covenant, this sign will not be upon you, nor your community. And this word community is used for people. Our brother Yamin will read Psalms 22 and Psalms 118 for us all, and then we'll come back and get straight into the presentation. You got the floor, my brother.
Shalom, everyone. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 22, please. That is Psalms 2:2. It reads, my Elohim, why hast thou forsaken me? Why art thou so far from helping me, and from the words of my roaring? O my Elohim, I cry in the daytime, but thou hearest not, and in the night season, and am not silent. But thou art holy, O thou that inhabitest the praises of Israel. Our fathers trusted in thee. They trusted, and thou didst deliver them. They cried unto thee, and were delivered. They trusted in thee, and were not confounded. But I am a worm, and no man, a reproach of men, and despised of the people. All they that see me laugh me to scorn. They shoot out the lips. They shake the head, saying, he trusted in Yahweh that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, seeing he delighteth in him. But thou art he that took me out of the womb. Thou didst make me hope when I was upon my mother's breast. I was cast upon thee from the womb. Thou art my Elohim from my mother's belly. Be not far from me, for trouble is near, for there is none to help. Many bulls have compassed me. Strong bulls of Bashan have beset me round. They gaped upon me with their mouths as a ravening and a roaring lion. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax. It is melted in the midst of my bowels. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue cleaveth to my jaws. And thou hast brought me into the dust of death. For dogs have compassed me. The assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. They pierced my hands and my feet. I might tell all my bones. They look and stare upon me. They part my garments among them, and cast lots upon my vesture. But be not thou far from me, O Yahweh, O my strength. Haste thee to help me. Deliver my soul from the sword, my darling from the power of the dog. Save me from the lion's mouth, for thou hast heard me from the horns of the unicorns. I will declare thy name unto my brethren. In the midst of the congregation will I praise thee. He that fear Yahweh, praise him. All ye the seed of Yaakov, glorify him. And fear him, all ye the seed of Israel. For he hath not despised nor abhorred the affliction of the afflicted, neither hath he hid his face from him. But when he cried unto him, he heard. My praise shall be of thee in the great congregation. I will pay my vows before them that fear him. The meek shall eat and be satisfied. They shall praise Yahweh that seek him. Your heart shall live forever. All the ends of the world shall remember and turn unto Yahweh, and all the kindreds of the nations shall worship before him. For the kingdom is Yahweh, and he is the governor among the nations. All they that be fat upon the earth shall eat and worship. All they that go down to the dust shall bow before him, and none can keep alive his own soul. A seed shall serve him. It shall be accounted to Yahweh for a generation. They shall come and shall declare his righteousness unto a people that shall be born, that he hath done this. Hallelujah. As my brother stated, I would love for everyone to turn to Psalms 118, please. That is Psalms 118. He reads, "Oh, give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, because his mercy endureth forever. Let Israel now say that his mercy endureth forever. Let the house of Aharon now say that his mercy endureth forever. Let them now that fear Yahweh say that his mercy endureth forever. I called upon Yahweh in distress. Yahweh answered me and set me in a large place. Yahweh is on my side. I will not fear. What can man do unto me? Yahweh taketh my part with them that help me. Therefore shall I seek my desire upon them that hate me. It is better to trust in Yahweh than to put confidence in man. It is better to trust in Yahweh than to put confidence in princes. All nations compass me about, but in the name of Yahweh will I destroy them. They compass me about, yea, they compass me about, but in the name of Yahweh will I destroy them. They compass me about like bees. They are quenched as the fire of thorns. For in the name of Yahweh I will destroy them. Thou hast thrust sore at me that I might fall, but Yahweh helped me. Yahweh is my strength and song, and has become my salvation. The voice of rejoicing and salvation is in the tabernacles of the righteous. The right hand of Yahweh doeth valiantly. The right hand of Yahweh is exalted. The right hand of Yahweh doeth valiantly. I shall not die, but live, and declare the works of Yahweh. Yahweh has chastened me sore, but he hath not given me over unto death. Open to me the gates of righteousness. I will go into them, and I will praise Yahweh. this gate of Yahweh into which the righteous shall enter. I will praise Yahweh, for thou hast heard me, and art become my salvation. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. This is Yahweh's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. This is the day which Yahweh hath made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Save now, I beseech thee, O Yahweh. O Yahweh, I beseech thee. Send now prosperity. Blessed be he that cometh in the name of Yahweh. We have blessed you out of the house of Yahweh. Elohim is Yahweh, which have shewed us light. Bind the sacrifice with cords, even unto the horns of the altar. Thou art my Elohim, and I will praise thee. Thou art my Elohim, and I will exalt thee. O give thanks unto Yahweh, for he is good, for his mercy endureth forever. Hallelujah! Hallelujah! Hallelujah!
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. And Shalom, Israel. Again, today's presentation will be called The Distinctive Sign of the Covenanted Community. The distinctive sign of the covenanted people of Israel. And we will use this great presentation to make a distinction between the holy and the profane. Before we get started, I would like to piggyback on the Psalms 118 that Brother Yamin Israel just read for us. And I would love to pick up at the 20th verse and read to the 24th verse. And what we found in the 20th verse to the 24th verse is these great truths. This gate of Yahweh into which the righteous shall enter. I will praise thee, for thou hast heard me, and art become my salvation. The stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. This, dealing with creation, this is Yahweh's doing. It is marvelous in our eyes. Once knowledge is pleasant into thy soul. And the last verse says in the 24th verse, this is the day which Yahweh hath made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Truly, once you have understanding. And these verses and this psalm was read to denote this great presentation that we're about to bring forth. And what we just read out of the 20th verse to the 24th verse is that this is Yahweh's doing. This is the day that he has made. And he can end it whenever he likes. Just like it was his infinite knowledge to bring it forth, and we're about to show why it was brought forth and what it denotes. Same infinite knowledge he can use to take it away. I just wanted to stress that in this Psalms 118. Before we get started, I would like to give thanks and praise to the creator of the heaven and earth and everything therein is by saying hallelujah. And I would like to also ask Yahweh to allow the words of our mouth and the meditation of our hearts to be acceptable in His sight, Yahweh, our strength and our salvation. Again, today's presentation will be called The Distinctive Sign of the Covenanted Community. And this sign was named or called the Sabbath. And we will use this great opportunity to show forth the holy from the profane. And I would like to start off this great presentation by a word of warning. And the word of warning we will use again Proverbs. One second, we're going to use Proverbs 4. Let's go with the benefits of wisdom found in Proverbs 4. And then we will use Ecclesiastes 12 to warn ourselves that we are to fear Yahweh and to depart from evil. Thus, it tells us in Proverbs 4, if we all turn there, please. And at this time, please get yourself in Holy Scripture, a pencil and a piece of paper that you may jot down these most relevant scriptures that we bring forth. I'm going to read some notes in this presentation, but they will be recorded. It tells us, Israel, in Proverbs 4, and it reads, in warning, hear, ye children, the instruction of a father. And that's something we must do in this great presentation. Hear the instructions of our Father, which is none other than Yahweh. And we are to take heed to every word. And in this presentation, we will confirm and witness every word dealing with the Shabbat and how it relates to this covenanted community of people. Thus, it tells us again in Proverbs 4 and 1, hear, ye children, the instruction of a father, and intend to know understanding. For I give you good doctrine. Forsake ye not my law. For I was my father's son, tender and only beloved in the sight of my mother. He taught me also and said unto me, let thy heart retain my words, keep my commandments and live. Get wisdom, get understanding, forget it not. Neither decline from the words of my mouth. Forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee. Love her, and she shall keep thee. Wisdom is the principal thing, therefore get wisdom. And with all thy getting, get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor, when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thy head an ornament of grace, a crown of glory shall she deliver to thee. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall be many. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps should not be straitened, and when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble. Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life. Enter not into the paths of the wicked that refuse every word of the instructions. It says, enter not into the path of the wicked, and go not in the way of evil men. Avoid it, pass not by it, turn from it and pass away. Don't even bother yourself. For they sleep not, except they have done mischief, and their sleep is taken away, unless they cause some to fall. For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence. But the path of the just is as the shining light that shine more and more into the perfect day. The way of the wicked is as darkness. They know not at what they stumble. My son, attend to my words, incline thy ear into my sayings. Let them not depart from thy eyes. Keep them in the midst of thy heart. For they are life unto those that find them, and health to all their flesh. Keep thy heart with all diligence, for out of it are the issues of life. Put away from thee a forward mouth, and perverse lips put far from thee. Let thy eyes look right on, and let thy eyelids look straight before thee. Ponder the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established. Turn not to the right hand, nor to the left. Remove thy foot from evil. And if we refuse these instructions, we have refused to remove our feet from evil. It also tells us by way of warning, if we look in the book of wisdom, this time in the book of Ecclesiastes. And it tells us in the book of Ecclesiastes, if we pick up at the 11th chapter of Ecclesiastes, at the 11th chapter, the 9th verse, and we will read into the 12th chapter to the 14th verse and warning. And it warns us by way of wisdom again, and it reads, Ecclesiastes, the 11th chapter, verse 9. Rejoice, O young man, in thy youth, and let thy heart cheer thee in the days of thy youth, and walk in the ways of thy heart, and in the sight of thy eyes. But know thy that for all these things Yahweh will bring thee into judgment. Therefore, remove sorrow from thy heart, and put away evil from thy flesh. For childhood and youth are vanity. The 12th chapter, the first verse. Remember now thy Creator, as we are about to do, in the days of thy youth, while the evil days come not, nor the years draw nigh, when thou shalt say, I have no pleasure in them, while the sun, or the light, or the moon, or the stars be not darkened, nor the clouds return after the rain, and the day when the keepers of the house shall tremble, and the strong men shall bow themselves, and the grinders cease because they are few, and those that look out of the window be darkened, and the doors shall be shut in the streets. When the sound of the grinding is low, and he shall raise up at the voice of the birds, and all the daughters of music shall be brought low. Also, when they shall be afraid of that which is high, and fears shall be in the way, and the almond tree shall flourish, and the grasshopper shall be a burden, and desire shall fail, because man goes to his long home, and the mourners go about the streets. Or ever the silver cords be loose, or golden bowls be broken, or the pitcher be broken at the fountain, or the wheel broken at the centre. Then shall the dust return to the earth as it was, and the spirit shall return to Yahweh who gave it. Vanity of vanities, said the preacher, all is vanity. And moreover, because the preacher was wise, he still taught the people knowledge. Yeah, he gave good heed and sought out and set in order many proverbs. The preacher sought to find out acceptable words, and that which was written, please take note, and that which was written was upright, even words of truth. The words of the wise are as galls, and as nails fastened by the masters of assemblies, which are given from one shepherd. And further by these, my son, be acknowledged of making many books. There is no end, and much study is a weariness of the flesh. Today, Israel, let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear Yahweh and keep his commandments, for this is the whole duty of man. For Yahweh shall bring every work, as we read in Proverbs, Yahweh shall bring every work, or should I have said Ecclesiastes, the 11th chapter, the 10th verse. But here it lets us know Yahweh shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing. There is nothing you're going to be able to hide from Yahweh. Whether it be good, all the times we kept giving you the truth and you kept knocking it down and lying and telling people, no, we're supposed to do it, or whether it be evil. So all that good that you refuse to accept, Yahweh will judge you for it. And for all that evil that you just had to spread to your brothers and sisters, Yahweh will judge you for it. So let's be righteous witnesses for our Creator today. Even if you don't want to do it, please acknowledge that these words are truth. Thus, let us turn our scripture one more place, and that place will be Psalms 78. Psalms 78. And what we find in Psalm 78 is more great words of warning and truth. And this truth allows us to know that Yahweh changes not. And Yahweh wanted, as our brother read in one of the Psalms, I think it was Psalms 22, dealing with the generation to come. Well, the only way the generation to come would not lie is that they were taught the truth also. So let's teach the truth that our children may know the truth and not lie. Thus it tells us in Psalm 78, and I'll read to the 8th verse. Psalm 78, we're reading verse 1 to 8, and it reads, "Give ear, O my people," y'all say you Israel, well, give ear to my law. And many people might say, well, they say they're not under the covenant, but they're reading scriptures that's talking about them being under the covenant or talk about them keeping the law. Well, we are to confirm every word, if you can do it or not. And then once we confirm it, we make a distinction between the holy and the profane. We show the holy way, and then we show our brothers and sisters profane way. Thus, it tells us again in Psalm 78, verse 1, "Give ear, O my people, to my law. Incline your ears to the words of my mouth. I will open my mouth in a parable. I will utter dark sayings of old, which we have heard and known, and our fathers have told us. We will not hide them from their children, showing to the generation to come the praises of Yahweh and his strength and his wonderful works that he alone have done. For he established a testimony in Jacob and appointed a law in Israel, which he commanded our fathers, that they should make them known to their children, as we are doing this day, that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who should arise and declare them to their children. And this just makes so much sense, and it just justifies what our brother Yamin read in Psalms 22, I think it was, where it said, in the 30th verse of Psalms 22, as our brother Yamin read for us all, I just want to reiterate, as we just read in Psalm 78, where it said that the generation to come might know them, even the children which should be born, who shall arise and declare them to their children. Well, in Psalms 22, verse 30, it says, a seed shall serve him. It shall be accounted to Yahweh for a generation. They, that seed, these children that we find in Psalm 78, verse 6, it says, they shall come and shall declare his righteousness, and to a people that shall be born, that he have done this. And that's exactly what the Israelites' fathers did toward their children, and that's exactly what we are doing this day. The 7th verse reads in the 78th chapter of Psalms, that they might set their hope in Yahweh. Well, when we teach the truth, when we show the end to the beginning to the end, we are allowing our children to have the truth to hope in. See, when we teach that we under the Sabbath today, well, that's what your children hope is in, and it's wrong. It is not according to truth. But we hoping, when we teach our children the truth, we hope that they understand and know that truth to where they will teach their children the same truth, all the way until the truth is revealed. Thus, it tells us again in the 7th verse that they might set their hope in Yahweh. Our hope is that he comes save us. And once he comes save us, he bring us under that bond of the covenant, that we become that covenanted community, that we become a recipient of the great sign of a covenanted community, which is the great Shabbat. We hope and wait for those days. Well, the people that teach that they're already doing it, what are your hope? What is your hope today? What are you hoping in? You're already doing it. So what is your hope? See the difference? See the distinction being made? Thus, in closing of Psalm 78, verse 7 and 8, it reads again, that they might set their hope in Yahweh and not forget the works of Yahweh. And we're about to deal with the climatic work of Yahweh. But keep his commandments, and might not be as you today. It reads, and might not be as their fathers, a stubborn and rebellious generation, a generation that will lie. It reads, a generation that set not their heart aright, and whose spirit was not steadfast with Yahweh. It tells us, Israel, dealing with these great words, I would like to give a few scriptures dealing with the great men of Yahweh, the great people of Yahweh that truly understood his instructions to the extent that they would confirm and acknowledge and do every word. And we can find some of this truth in the perspective of the true Israelite that feared Yahweh and departed from evil. We can find some of this truth if we turn our scriptures to Jeremiah, the 5th chapter. I just want to establish this truth to give us an idea of how one was to teach their children, add not to the word, and that the children would be able to understand to where they could teach their children. And it allows us to know that it took great men and women to do these things. It don't take greatness to be a fool or to be evil, but it does take greatness to be wise and to depart from evil. Thus it tells us in Jeremiah, if we all turn there please, the 5th chapter. And what we find in Jeremiah, the 5th chapter, if we start at the very first verse, the perspective of the Israelites and the great men in those times. For it tells us, run ye to and fro through the streets of Jerusalem. And please mind you, where are you at? The Almighty saying Jerusalem because that was the place. He ain't just picked a name. He didn't just pick a place. He didn't just pick a word. The word Jerusalem is there because that was the place. That was the city where these words transpired. Thus it reads, and see now, and know, and seek in the broad places of Jerusalem thereof, if ye can find a man, if there be any that executes judgment. Please take note. That seeks the truth. Judgment denotes truth. And I will pardon it. And though they say, as many of you say today, let Yahweh be magnified, let Yahweh live. It says, Yahweh lives. Surely they swear falsely. They don't believe that. They know Yahweh ain't among them. They know Yahweh has not sanctified them nor set them apart. But they will continue to say in your face, Yahweh lives. But the Almighty wants you to know the perspective of the people of that day. Surely they swear falsely. Yahweh, are not thy eyes upon the truth? Absolutely. Thou hast stricken them, but they have not grieved. Thou hast consumed them, but they have refused to receive correction. They have made their faces harder than a rock. They have refused to return. Return to what? The truth. Therefore I said, surely these are poor, in a very poor state. They are impoverished. They are foolish, for they know not the way of Yahweh. If you're not teaching the way of Yahweh, you are teaching foolishly. If you do not know what this book say, you are teaching foolishly. It reads, therefore I said, surely these are poor, they are foolish, for they know not the way of Yahweh, nor, please take note, that allow you to know if you're a fool or not when it comes to Yahweh words. If they know not the way of Yahweh, they are teaching foolishly. No, if they do not know the judgments of their Elohim, they are teaching foolishly. If they do not include the judgments of Yahweh in their teachings, they are teaching foolishly. Thus, the last verse that I will read is the 5th verse, and it reads, where Yahweh make a distinction between the people. Thus it reads, I will get me into the great men. Note the distinction between the fool. And will speak into them. For they, the great men, they that fear Yahweh and depart from evil, they that's going to declare and witness and confirm every word, including the judgments, for they have known the way of Yahweh and the judgment of their Elohim. But you that teach that foolishness, it reads, but these have altogether broken the yoke and burst the bonds. So they are breaking out from the truth. They are breaking away from the paths that Yahweh has set the great men and women on. Well, let's see if we can stand fast on that path, dealing with this great presentation that we're about to bring forth, which is called the distinctive sign of the covenanted community of Israel. And what we find, what we continue to find in this presentation, I lost my notes. If we take a look at the 8th chapter of Jeremiah, dealing with these great people that fear Yahweh and depart from evil and going to confirm every word, even every word dealing with the Sabbath, it tells us in the 8th chapter. If we pick up at the very first verse and read to the 10th verse, and it reads, at that time, said Yahweh, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of Yehuda, and the bones of his princes, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. And they shall spread them before the sun, and the moon, and all the host of heaven, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped, they shall not be gathered, nor be buried. They shall be for dung upon the face of the earth. And when you find yourself following the multitude, refusing the instruction, it tells us in the 3rd verse, and death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of this evil family or this evil community, which remains in all the places whither I have driven them, said Yahweh of hosts. Moreover, thou shalt say unto them, thus said Yahweh, shall they fall and not arise? Shall he turn away and not return? Why then is this people of Jerusalem sliding back by perpetual backsliding? They hold fast to deceit, not hold fast to truth and judgment, but they hold fast deceit. They refuse to return. I hearkened and heard, but they speak not aright. No man repent him of his wickedness, saying, what have I done? Why am I doing this? Everyone turned to his course as the horse rushed into the battle. Yeah, the stalk in the heavens know her appointed times, and the turtle and the crane and the swallow observe the time of their coming. But Israel, my people, know not the judgment of Yahweh. The same thing was said in Jeremiah 5:5. How do you say we are wise without confirming every word? It reads, how do you say we are wise? And the law of Yahweh is with us. Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribes is in vain. The wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken. Lo, they have rejected the word of Yahweh. And what wisdom is in them? So this is not your brother saying this. This is your brother reading the perspective of the Israelites and the time and place that Yahweh was reproving them. And it allows us to know, again, in the 9th verse, the wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken. What has them ashamed? What made them dismayed, and what have taken them? It says, lo, they have rejected. So that's the state that you're going to find yourself in when you're not dealing with the word of Yah, when you're not on the path of Yah, when you're not confirming every word of Yah. You will find yourself ashamed. You will find yourself dismayed. You will find yourself taken because you have rejected, not accepted, but rejected the word of Yahweh. And what the question is, and I would love for any one of you to answer it after the presentation. Show me that you got wisdom other than this book, especially dealing with this distinctive sign of the Sabbath. It reads, and what wisdom is in them. I will close on that note. It tells us, Israel, dealing with judgment, dealing with this great day that is distinctive toward a covenanted people. If we pick up at Psalms 95, Psalms 95. Psalms 95 is going to give us an understanding of the perspective of the people during this time and what they seen and denoted as truth dealing with the Sabbath. Thus, let us turn to Psalms 95. And what we find in Psalms 95, if we pick up at the very first verse, and it reads, and mind you, I am showing and trying to make a difference between the great men and the fool. And I'm making this distinction by showing their perspective, what they thought and believed in, compared to their brothers and sisters that were called or known as being evil. And we're going to work ourselves to this great day, which is known as the Sabbath. And then once we show what happened and transpired then, we will continue to show how Israel desecrated the Sabbaths and how truth prevailed. And when truth prevails, then we must acknowledge the judgments. Thus, we start off with a judgment in Psalms 95, and it reads, "Oh, come, let us sing unto Yahweh. Let us make a joyful noise to the rock of our salvation. Let us come," and please take note of who this people is. When we read, we must read this book according to time and place. That way, when you want to put yourself in their shoes, you will be able to see if you can fit the shoes or not, based on time and place. These are free people being talked to in the wilderness, not a bunch of captives as you and I are today. Thus, it reads in the second verse, "Let us come before his presence with thanksgiving and make a joyful noise unto him with songs." Why? Because of what he has said and done. Not because of what he's going to do, but because of what he has done. Thus the third verse reads, "For Yahweh is a great Elohim and a great King above all deities. In his hand are the deep places of the earth. The strength of the hills is his also. The sea is his, and he made it, and his hands formed the dry land. Oh, come, let us worship and bow down. Let us kneel before Yahweh, our Maker. For he is our Elohim, and we are the people of his pasture, and the sheep of his hand. Today, Israel, if ye will hear his voice." Mean, pay attention into the instructions thereof. "Harden not your heart." When you find out when Yahweh made known the Sabbath to the Israelites, harden not your hearts. Don't throw the book of Nehemiah away. Harden not your hearts. Believe it. Love it. It reads, "Harden not your heart." as in the provocation. And we're going to show forth the provocation to give us an understanding of how easy it is for one to not confirm every word, for one to believe what their brothers and sisters are teaching today, for one to want to go march in Washington. We're going to read this great provocation, and we're going to compare it to ourselves. It reads, again in the 8th verse, harden not your heart, as in the provocation, as in the day of temptation in the wilderness, when your fathers tempted me, proved me, and saw my work. 40 years long was I grieved with this generation, and said, it is a people that do err in their heart, and they have not known my ways, like many of you don't know his ways. But there's a reason for that, because we find ourselves in captivity. Our fathers found themselves in salvation in the wilderness, and they refused to know his way. Thus, this transpired. The 11th verse, it reads, and to whom I swear, this is Yahweh swear, in my wrath, not my love, not my mercy, but in my wrath, in my anger, that they, those of the provocation, the fathers that tempted Yahweh, that proved to Yahweh and saw his work, it says, and to whom I swear in my wrath that they should not enter into my rest. And that rest was none other than the great land of promise. And once they found themselves covenanted in the great land of promise, they found themselves as under a distinctive, or under the distinctive sign of that great covenant people. And that sign was none other than the Sabbath. We have reference to what is written in Psalms 95 if we turn our scriptures to Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter. For we continue to find in the instructions the way of your Creator. In Deuteronomy, the 12th chapter, it tells us, if we pick up at the 5th verse, Deuteronomy 12 and 5, and it reads, but into the place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose out of all your tribes to put his name there, even into his habitation shall ye seek, and tighter thy shall come, and tighter ye shall bring your burnt offerings, and your sacrifices, and your tithes, and heave offerings of your hand, and your vows, and your free will offerings, and the firstlings of your herd, and of your flock, and there shall you eat. And note, all that you just read, it tells us in the 7th verse, and there ye shall eat before Yahweh your Elohim, and ye shall rejoice in all that ye put your hand into, ye in your households, wherein Yahweh thy Elohim hath blessed thee, not cursed thee, but blessed thee. Ye shall not do after all the things that we do here this day. And that day was in the wilderness, 40 years after they came out of Egypt. And every man whatsoever is right in his own eyes. So 40 years later, they found themselves being right in their own eyes. They just got freed. They just became a recipient of salvation. And 40 years later, they find themselves being right in their own eyes. For ye are not as yet come to the rest. And we just read about the rest where the children of Israel did not enter because of the great provocation that was done in the wilderness. And we're going to show how it was done. It tells us again in the 9th verse to the 10th verse. I think we going to the 12th verse. It says again in the 9th verse, for ye are not as yet come to the rest. Look what the rest denote. And to the inheritance. Well, there was a particular geographical location that denoted all of Israel's dwellings, which denoted the inheritance of Israel, which Yahweh your Elohim give you. But when ye go over Jordan and dwell in the land which Yahweh your Elohim give you to inherit, and when he give you rest from all your enemies round about. And many people teach today that they're under the Sabbath, but they find themselves in the midst of their enemies, and they find themselves not resting from the oppression, from the trials and tribulations, from the troubles and evils that befall them each and every day. But they will readily tell you and I that they are set apart. What Almighty is reproving them here with this verse, letting us know that not even our fathers could say that they were in the inheritance, nor under the rest, if they were not in the land, nor under the covenant. Thus the 11th verse reads, then there shall be a place which Yahweh your Elohim shall choose to cause his name to dwell there. There, Israel, shall ye bring all that I command you, even yourself. Your tithes and the heave offering of your hand, and all your choice vows, which ye vow unto Yahweh. And the last verse that I will read is the 12th verse, and it reads, and ye shall rejoice before Yahweh your Elohim. Who, just the Israelites that was in the wilderness? No, it reads, ye and your sons, and your daughters, and your men servant, and your maid servant, and the Levite that is within your gates, for as much as he have no part, nor inheritance, which you are receiving. The Israelites in the wilderness, in the book of Deuteronomy, is receiving their inheritance once they enter into the land. And you can find that reception or that receiving in the book of Joshua. If you ever want to know what consists of all of Israel's dwellings, all you must have to do is read the book of Joshua, and it will give you every place. No more we believing our dwellings is wherever we are at. When we got one of the greatest books in the Holy Scripture, which is called the book of Joshua, and it gives you all, all of Israel dwellings. Thus, it closed again in the 12th verse, the last sentence, it says, he have no part nor inheritance with you. So it allows us to know that there is a particular place that Yahweh denote rest for a covenanted people. We also find this truth while we're in Deuteronomy. If we go back a few chapters, the 5th chapter. The 5th chapter of Deuteronomy. And what we find in the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy is the same truth. If we pick up at the 33rd or the 31st verse. Based on what we read in Psalms 95, verse 11, many of the people, the fathers of Israel, did not make it in the land of rest because of the great provocation. Well, we find here, and don't forget, at that time, many of them was right in their own eyes. So all of these instructions supersede what their imagination was, even though we know by reading that their imagination was only evil. Well, these words of instruction supersedes that. And if you are Yahweh's witness, if you on Yahweh's side, then you're supposed to believe this truth in these judgments. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy the 5th chapter, we're going to go back there, but I just want to touch this note that we find in the 31st chapter or the 31st verse of the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy. And we're going to read to the 33rd, which will allow us to know that there is a place of rest. There is a place, a particular geographical location where Yahweh has put a sign upon a covenanted people. And this great sign is called none other than the Sabbath. And we are reading where the Sabbath was supposed to be done once the Israelites came out of the wilderness. And it reads in the 31st verse of the 5th chapter of Deuteronomy. But as for thee, stand thy here by me. And note what is going on and how Yahweh is giving Moses the instructions. And then Moses had to come back and tell the people. Thus it reads, but as for thee, stand thy here by me. And I will speak unto thee all the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which thou shalt teach them. Why? That they may do them in the land. A particular geographical location that Yahweh have chose. It is known as the glory of all lands, which truly is singular. It says that they may do them in the land which I gave them to possess it, all of their dwellings. Ye shall observe to do therefore as Yahweh your Elohim have commanded you in that dwelling. Ye shall not turn aside to the right hand or to the left. Ye shall walk in all the ways which Yahweh your Elohim have commanded you, that ye may live, and that it may be well with you, and that ye may prolong your days. Where? Wherever you at, it says, in the land which ye shall possess, which is known as all of the Israelites' dwellings. And since this word is so close, we can read the next chapter. The 6th chapter, the first 3 verses, which will denote the very same thing. Thus it reads, Now these are the commandments and the statutes and the judgments. It don't read these are the commandments and the statutes and the Sabbath, but it reads these are the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which Yahweh, your Elohim, commanded to teach you. Why? That ye might do them in the land, the Israelite dwellings, whether ye go to possess it. That thou mightest fear Yahweh thy Elohim, to keep all his statutes and his commandments, which I command thee, thy and thy son, and thy son's son, all the days of thy life. It does not change, Israel. Just because you find yourself scattered on the four corners of the earth, these words that was covenanted to the Israelites does not change, and that thy days may be prolonged. The last verse is the third verse that I will read, and it reads, Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe. Don't be rebellious. Don't be stiff-necked like your fathers. It says, Hear therefore, O Israel, and observe to do it. Why? That it may be well with thee, and that ye may increase mightily, as Yahweh Elohim of thy fathers have promised. And Yahweh is not a man that he should lie, nor a son of man that he should repent. All that Yahweh have said will truly come to pass if you just do what he said. And the land that flows with milk and honey. So all these things were supposed to be done in the milk of honey, in the land that was known as the milk of honey. And we are using these truths to connect it with the climax of Yahweh's creation, and how this climax of Yahweh's creation was covenanted among the children of Israel. And note, your brother said covenanted, not just given, not just made known, but covenanted. Well, as your brother has stated, let's take a look at the great provocation. Let's find out why many of the fathers that was just freed from slavery never made it in the land of promise, the land of rest, to actually keep the rest of Yahweh's climate work. There was a rest that we will find that Yahweh observed. Well, those people in the wilderness never observed that rest. We have facts that those people observed the Sabbath, many of them. We also have facts that many of them walked in their own ways. They were right in their own eyes. So when the Almighty said, do not go out on the seventh day, we got facts to prove that people did. So there was a great provocation in the wilderness that did not allow the fathers to enter into the land of rest to keep the climatic rest of Yahweh's work. And we can find this truth in Numbers, the 13th chapter. We all turn here, please. Numbers, the 13th chapter. And what we find in Numbers, the 13th chapter, if we pick up at the 17th verse, these great truths of rebellion. And it reads in Numbers, the 13th chapter, the 17th verse. And Moses sent them to spy out. Let's start at the 16th verse. These are the names of the men which Moses sent to spy out the land of promise. And Moses called Oshea, the son of Nun, Yehoshua. And Moses sent them to spy out the land of Canaan. Note the land. And said unto them, get you up this way southward, and go up into the mountain, and see the land, what it is, and the people that dwell therein, whether they be strong or weak, few or many. And note the instructions, and note their mission, and what the land is that they dwell in, whether it be good or bad, and what cities they be that they dwell in, whether in tents or in strongholds, and what the land is, whether it be fat or lean, whether there be wood therein or not. And be ye of good courage, and bring of the fruit of the land. Now the time was the time of the first ripe grapes. So they went up and searched the land from the wilderness of Zin into Rehob, as men come to Haphnath. And they ascended by the south and came into Hebron, where Haman, Shisha, Telma, the children of Akan were. Now Hebron was built 7 years before Zon in Egypt. And they came into the brook of Eshcol, and cut down from thence a branch with one cluster of grapes, and they buried it between two upon a staff. And they brought of the pomegranates and of the figs. The place was called the brook of Eshcol because of the clusters of grapes which the children of Israel cut down from thence. And they returned from searching of the land after 40 days. And they went and came to Moses and to Aaron and to all the congregation of the children of Israel, and to the wilderness of Paran, to Kadesh, and brought back words unto them and into all the congregation, and showed them the fruit of the land. And they told him and said, we came into the land whither thou sentest us, and surely it flows with milk and honey. And this is the fruit of it. Nevertheless, please take note of the rebellion. Please take note of one being right in their own eyes. Please take note of how Israel refused or was rebellious against the instruction. It reads, nevertheless, the people be strong that dwell in the land, and the cities are walled and very great. And moreover, we saw the children of Anak there. These are words of fear. These are words of discouragement. It says in the 29th verse, the Amalekites dwell in the land of the south, and the Hittites and the Jebusites and the Amorites dwell in the mountains, and the Canaanites dwell by the sea and by the coast of Jordan. And Caleb stilled the people, like, calm down, don't worry about that. We don't want to hear that. It says, and Caleb stilled the people before Moses and said, let us go up at once and possess it, for we are well able to overcome it, no matter what the men just reported. But the men that went up with him said, we be not able to go up against the people, for they are stronger than we. They look like giants. The 32nd verse reads, and they brought up an evil report of the land which they had searched into the children of Israel, saying, the land through which we have gone to search it is a land that eat up the inhabitants thereof. Do you get it? You see the rebellion? You see the great provocation? You see where they did not believe in their Savior? It says, and all the people that we saw in it are men, men of stature, of great stature. And there we saw the giants, the sons of Anak, which come of the giants. And we were in our own sight as grasshoppers. And so we were in their sight. Well, the 14th chapter has something to say about these things. And let's pick up at the 4th verse. Well, matter of fact, I'll start at the 1st verse because I don't want you to miss the provocation. It says, and all the congregation lifted up their voice. They are lifting up their voice, being right in their own eyes. They are lifting up their voice because they do not hope nor trust in Yahweh, so they are fearing. Thus it reads, and all the congregation lifted up their voice and cried, and the people wept that night because of the report that the men have just given. And all the children of Israel murmured against Moses and against Aaron. And the whole congregation said unto them, would Yahweh that we have died in the land of Egypt, or would Yahweh we have died in the wilderness? And wherefore have Yahweh brought us into this land to fall by the sword, that our wives and our children should be prey? Were it not better for us to return into Egypt? So they are not even acknowledging the salvation. They feel like they were better off in America than in the wilderness free because they feared man and not Yahweh. Because they forgot and did not understand the salvation of Yahweh. So they feared the report, which brought forth a great provocation. Thus it tells us in the 4th verse, and they said one to another, let us make a captain, and let us return to Egypt. Then Moses and Aaron fell on their face before all the assembly of the congregation of the children of Israel. And Joshua, the son of Nun, and Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, which were of them that searched the land, rent their clothes. And they speak into all the company of the children of Israel, saying, the land which we passed through to search it, it is an exceeding good land. They're going against the evil report. If Yahweh, and note why, note their strength, note their hope. It says, if Yahweh delight in us, then he will bring us into this land, just like he's going to do with us. If he delights in us, he's going to remember the covenant that he made with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, save us from the people, bring us into the wilderness, punish those that afflicted us, bring us under a covenant, under the bond of a covenant, and we will enter into that great land. Long as we are not rebellious, long as we are not stubborn in the wilderness, we will be brought into the land of promise. And being in the wilderness and being in the land of promise, we will be able to be a recipient of that great distinctive sign, which is none other than the Sabbath, to allow the world to know that we are truly a covenanted people. Thus, it continued to read, if Yahweh delight in us, then he will bring us into this land and give it us, all of your dwellings, a land which floweth with milk and honey. Only rebel not ye against Yahweh, neither fear ye the people of the land, for they are bread for us. Nothing. We eat them up with Yahweh being with us. Their defense is departed from them, and Yahweh is with us. Fear them not. But all the congregation blazed stoned them with stones, and the glory of Yahweh appeared in the tabernacle of the congregation before all the children of Israel. And Yahweh said unto Moses, how long will this people provoke me? Just because of their fear, just because of their report. How long will this people provoke me? And how long will it be ere that they believe me? For all the signs which I have shown them among them, I will smite them with the pestilence and disinherit, please take note, and disinherit them, and will make of thee a greater nation. And those people, if that would have transpired, then those people would have been under the Sabbath, and those people would have been brought to the land of promise. It reads, I will smite them with the pestilence and disinherit them, and will make of thee a greater nation, and mightier than thy. And Moses said unto Yahweh, then the Egyptians, please take note how one profanes the name of Yahweh today. It says, and Moses said unto Yahweh, then the Egyptians shall hear it, for thy brought up this people in thy might from among them. And they will tell it to the inhabitants of this land. For they have heard that Yahweh art among this people, that thy Yahweh art seen face to face, and that thy cloud stand over them, and that thou goest before them by day time in a pillar of a cloud, and in a pillar of fire by night. Now, if thou shalt kill all this people as one man, then the nations which have heard the fame of thee will speak, saying, because Yahweh was not able to bring this people into the land which he sware into them. Therefore, the reason why he slain them in the wilderness. So what is said there is, if you did kill them all the nations and people that heard about your fame and how you delivered them out of Egypt would say, they would try to discredit Yahweh and say he only killed them because he never had the might. He never had the strength to save them. And that's how you find the Israelites profaning the name of Yahweh today. When you look in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, and it talks about them profaning the name of Yahweh in the land of their enemies, well, that's what it means. Because the fame is Yahweh has saved a people and chose a people and covenanted with a people. Well, the heathen saying, if that's true, what are you doing in my land? If that's true, how do I possess the powers over you? If that's true, how are you my servant today? And that's what it means when you read in Ezekiel, the 36th chapter, where it talks about the children of Israel profane his name in the land of their enemies. Because based on the fame, they're supposed to be a chosen people, covenanted, free in the land of Canaan. It does not mean that a bunch of people in the land of their enemies being under the law and they ain't doing it and they profane it. No, that has nothing to do with Ezekiel, the 36th chapter. But it has everything to do with this provocation that we're reading about. Thus it reads, one more time in the 16th verse. But Yahweh was not able to bring this people into the land which he swore unto them. Therefore he hath slain them in the wilderness. And now I beg of thee, let the power of my master be great, according as thou hast spoken, saying, Yahweh is long-suffering and of great mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, and by no means clearing the guilty, visiting, please take note, the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and to the third and fourth generation. Pardon, I beg of thee, the iniquity of this people, according to the greatness of thy mercy. And as thou hast forgiven this people from Egypt, even until now. And Yahweh said, I have pardoned, according, please take note of these words. And Yahweh said, I have pardoned according to thy word. But as truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of Yahweh. Because all those men which have seen my glory and my miracles, which I did in Egypt and in the wilderness, and have me now these 10 times, and have not hearkened unto my voice, surely they shall not see the land which I swear unto their fathers. Psalms 95. Neither shall any of them that provoked me see it, but my servant Caleb, because he had another spirit with him, and has followed me fully, him will I bring into the land whereinto he went, and his seed shall possess it. And we can find that truth in the book of in the book of Joshua. The 25th verse reads, Now the Amalekites and the Canaanites dwelt in the valley. Tomorrow turn you and get you into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. And Yahweh speak unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, How long shall I bear with this evil congregation, which murmur against me? I have heard the murmuring of the children of Israel, which they murmur against me. Say unto them, As truly as I live, said Yahweh, as ye have spoken in my ears, so will I do to you. Your carcasses shall fall in this wilderness, and all that were numbered of you according to your whole number from 20 years old and upward, which have murmured against me, doubtless ye shall not come into the land, and to the rest concerning which I swear to make you dwell therein. And that was all of your dwellings, save Caleb, the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua, the son of Nun. But your little ones, those that you're supposed to be teaching the truth to, it reads, But your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, because you're not teaching the truth. But it says, But your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, them will I bring in to the land of promise. And they shall know the land which ye have despised. But as for you, your carcasses, they shall fall in this wilderness, and your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your whoredoms. Note how they are suffering from the iniquities of their fathers, because now they can't just go in the land. They got to wait in the wilderness for Yahweh to kill all of the fathers off. Thus it reads again in the 33rd verse, And your children shall wander in the wilderness 40 years, and bear your whoredoms, until your carcasses be wasted in the wilderness. Note where the time comes from. It reads in the 34th verse, After the number of the days in which ye searched the land, which was 40, even 40 days, each day for a year. So that's how the fathers received 40 years in the wilderness, as in punishment based on the 40 days that they supposed to search the land and came back with a great report. Instead, they came back with an evil report. Thus, it tells us again in the 34th verse, After the number of the days in which ye searched the land, even 40 days, each day for a year, shall ye bear your iniquities, even 40 years, and ye shall know my breach of promise. And note the punishment for the breach. Note the judgment for the breach, because we're going to find a breach in the Sabbath also. And there is a penalty for the breach of the covenant. Thus, it continues to tell us in the 35th verse, I, Yahweh, have said, I will surely do it, and to all this evil congregation that are gathered together against me in the wilderness, they shall be consumed, and there they shall die. And the men which Moses sent to search the land, who returned and made all the congregation to murmur against him by bringing up a slander upon the land. So the great provocation became known as a slander against the glory of our land. Even those men that did bring up the evil report upon the land died by the plague before Yahweh. But Joshua, the son of Nun, and Caleb, the son of Yaphan, which were of the men that went to search the land, lived still. It did not fall them. The plague did not fall them because they possessed the right spirit. Thus, it tells us in the 39th verse, and Moses told these sayings unto all the people of Israel, and the people mourned greatly. And they rose up early, please take note, and they rose up early in the morning and got them up into the top of the mountain, saying, Lo, we being right in our own eyes, lo, we be here, and will go up into the place which Yahweh hath promised, for we have sinned. Note, being right in their own eyes, and having the acknowledgement that they have sinned, having the acknowledgement of the judgment of their sins, it told us in the 40th verse that the people rose up early in the morning and got them up into the top of the mountain, saying, Lo, being right in our own eyes, we be here and will go up into the place which Yahweh hath promised, for we have sinned. They have the knowledge of the judgment. They have the knowledge of the iniquity. And they still leaned upon their own understanding. They still believed that they could pull themselves up by their own bootstraps and enter into the land of all glory. And it sounds similar to a lot of our brothers and sisters today. Even though one will acknowledge and tell you your condition, we still have people that will rise up early in the morning and go on the rooftop or on the mountaintop and declare or proclaim that they are under the covenant of the law. They will declare or proclaim that they are under the Sabbath. They will proclaim or declare that their dwellings is wherever they are at. And all it allows us to know is that they still do not have hope, nor knowledge, nor understanding of Yahweh and what he has said and done. So it ain't no new thing. It ain't hard to believe that people will still say they under the law, even though they find themselves polluted. They find themselves in the midst of the enemy, not being set apart, and still speak foolishly. For it tells us in the 41st verse, as Moses is going to tell the people, I say the same thing to you today. And it reads, and Moses said, wherefore now do you sin? Wherefore now do you commit iniquity? Wherefore now do you transgress the commandment of Yahweh? He didn't say, oh, that is great. Y'all finally returning. Oh, that's great. Y'all finally taking heed. Oh, that's great. Y'all finally no more murmuring against Yahweh. But instead, we find that the man in charge of the day said, wherefore now do ye transgress the commandment of Yahweh? But it shall not prosper, and that's all I have ever seen. I don't care how many times y'all tell me you're under the Sabbath, it won't prosper. I don't care how many times y'all tell me you're going to Washington to march and tell Pharaoh to let you go, it will not prosper you. Thus it reads again, and Moses said, wherefore now do ye transgress the commandment of Yahweh? But in your transgressing it shall not prosper. Go not up, for Yahweh is not among you. And that's all I told my brothers and sisters that talk about going to Washington, marching to Washington, telling people to let you go. It will not prosper you. Those that say the Sabbath is forever, it is a perpetual covenant, and you proclaim that you're under it, it will not prosper you. You're not going to get nothing more than any other person that decide to rest on the seventh day. Because you don't find yourself under the covenant of the law. There were laws, statutes, and judgments that denoted the Sabbath. And all of them were supposed to be done to get prosperity. Go not up, for Yahweh is not among you, that ye be not smitten before your enemies. All you're going to do is find yourself smitten, dying like the common man. Nothing holy about you whatsoever. Thus, it tells us in the 43rd verse, for the Amalekites and the Canaanites are there before you, and ye shall fall by the sword. Why? I thought you was with us. I thought we was free. I thought we was in the wilderness. I thought you was showing us the land that, where we would rest. It says, because ye are turned away from Yahweh. So the reason I'm telling you that these things will not prosper you today is because Yahweh is not among you. Because Yahweh has hidden himself from you. Because Yahweh has chosen to walk contrary to you. Thus, whatever you call yourself doing, besides fearing Yahweh and departing from evil, shall not prosper you. And we see it every day. But being right in your own eyes, as they say, September the 2nd, I think it is, they're going to find themselves in Washington. As we see every day and every week, our brothers and sisters talking about keeping the Sabbath and preparing for the 6th day and all that. The 44th verse said to our fathers in the wilderness, as I am saying to our brothers and sisters today in captivity, but they presume to go up into the hilltop. Nevertheless, as your brother have said over and over again, Yahweh will not be with you. For it reads, but they presumed to go up into the hilltop. Nevertheless, the ark, the word of the covenant of Yahweh, and Moses, the man that Yahweh chose to bring his people out, that Yahweh chose and his brother to teach the people, it reads, and Moses departed not out of the camp. They didn't go. They refused to be right in their own eyes. They refused to walk with the multitude, even though it was more of them than Moses and Aaron and Joshua and Caleb. They didn't go. They refused to follow the multitude to do evil. Thus, the last verse says, then the Amalekites came down, and the Canaanites, which dwelt in that hill, and smote them, and discomfort them, even into Hamath. So they were being destroyed. They were being killed because of their lack of faith and their lack of fear of Yahweh, but having fear of man. The fear of man bringeth forth a snare. Thus they were snared and taken. It also tells us, one more place I would like to show dealing with this scenario is Deuteronomy 1. Let us turn our scriptures back to Deuteronomy, to the 1st chapter, to make sure you understand this provocation. For if you truly understand this provocation, then you will have a greater understanding of why it told us in Psalms 95, verse 11, that people did not make it into the land of rest. And it also denotes the condition of those people. Please mind yourself, every one of those people were under the covenant of the law. They had already been covenanted. Thus, it tells us in Deuteronomy, I think it's the 1st chapter, if we pick up at the 30th verse. Deuteronomy 1, let's pick up at verse 30. Please, at your spare time, read every verse, every word. Due to time restraint, we should find ourselves at the 30th verse of the 1st chapter of Deuteronomy. Just to give more facts on the provocation and how we have related this great provocation with the words and the works of our brothers and sisters today. Those that teach that they're under the law, under the Sabbath, that's set apart, and those that teach that we should march to Washington to tell Pharaoh to let us go. It reads in the 30th verse, Yahweh your Elohim, which goes before you, he shall fight for you, according to all that he did for you in Egypt before your eyes. Yahweh changes not. And in the wilderness, where thou hast seen how that Yahweh thy Elohim bare thee, as a man does bear his son, and all the way that they went, until ye came into this place. Yet in this thing ye did not believe Yahweh your Elohim. And that's all it is. When you keep saying you under the Sabbath today, you just don't believe what you're reading. When you teach people and try to discourage people and have them going to Washington to tell Pharaoh and all that to let you go, you're only doing that because you don't believe what you are reading. You ain't doing this because of you believe what is written. Because if you believe what is written, you wouldn't be teaching this foolishness. Thus, it reads again in the 32nd verse, yet in this thing ye did not believe Yahweh your Elohim, who went in the way before you to search you out a place to pitch your tents in, and fire by night to show you by what way you should go, and in a cloud by day. And Yahweh heard the voice of your words, you being right in your own eyes, and was wroth and swear, saying, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land. And that good land denotes the land of rest. That's where the Sabbath was truly being done as a sign of a covenant community. Thus it reads, surely there shall not one of these men of this evil generation see that good land, which I swear to give to your father, except, it reads, save Caleb, the son of Japhet, he shall see it, and to him will I give the land that he hath trodden upon, and to his children. Why? Because he hath wholly, fully followed Yahweh. Also, Yahweh was angry with me for your sakes, saying, thou also shalt not go in tighter, because Moses refused to sacrifice Yahweh. Moses refused to set Yahweh apart. Moses refused that one instant, and it cost him for not entering into the land of promise. The 38th verse reads, but Joshua, the son of Nun, will stand before thee. He shall go in tighter. Encourage him. Don't discourage him. Encourage him. For he shall cause Israel to inherit it. Moreover, your little ones, which ye said should be a prey, and your children, which in that day had no knowledge between good and evil, they shall go in tighter, and to them will I give it, the land, and they shall possess it. But as for you, those that provoked the Yahweh in the wilderness. It says, but as for you, turn you and take your journey into the wilderness by the way of the Red Sea. Then ye answered and said unto me, we have sinned against Yahweh. We will go up and fight. Note, and it's just reporting what was just reported in the book of Numbers, the 14th chapter. It says, we will go up and fight according to all that Yahweh our Elohim commanded us. He didn't tell you to command. He didn't command you to fight. He told you to search. And when ye had agreed on every man his weapon of war, ye were ready to go up into the hill. And Yahweh said unto me, say unto them, go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you. So Moses had to tell them the exact thing I'm telling you. And Yahweh said unto me, say unto them, go not up, neither fight, for I am not among you. You're going to lose. You're going to be slaughtered. It says, lest ye be smitten before your enemies. So I speak unto you, and ye would not hear it, as you are not hearing today, but rebelled against the commandment of Yahweh, and went presumptuously. And that's exactly what you're doing every time you teach. You're under the Sabbath. You are speaking and teaching presumptuously. Every time you tell our brothers and sisters we need to gather ourselves together, we ain't paying attention to the command in Leviticus, the 26th chapter. We need to gather ourselves together, go to Washington, tell Washington to let us go like Moses told Pharaoh. You are teaching and speaking presumptuously. Up into the hill. And the Amorites, which dwelt in that mountain, came out against you and chased you as bees do, and destroyed you, and even into Hormah. And ye returned and wept before Yahweh after you got knocked on top of your head, but Yahweh would not hearken to your voice, nor give ear unto you. So we don't want to be those foolish people. We don't want to reenact their presumptuousness. We want to fear Yahweh and depart from evil. And the best way to do that is to take heed to every one of these words. Thus, let us turn our holy scriptures to Genesis 1. Genesis, the first chapter, and let's take a look at the 31st verse. Genesis 1, verse 31. And it reads in Genesis 1, verse 31, allowing us to know that Yahweh was coming to an end of all that he had created. And it reads in the 31st verse to Genesis, the 2nd chapter, the 3rd verse. And Elohim saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. There is not one mistake made in all that Yahweh have created, to the extent It was beyond good, but here we find it was called very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. The second chapter, the very first verse reads, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them. And on the seventh day, and please take note what is omitted, and I'm going to read that in these notes that I'm going to bring forth. But from the first day, we seen, as we just read at the end of the sixth day, in the 31st verse, the evening and the morning was the sixth day. Well, when we deal with the seventh day, we find that not written. Thus, it reads again in the second chapter of Genesis, the very first verse, thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day, Yahweh ended his work, which he had made, and he rested, Shabbat, on the seventh day from all his work. There was no one else doing his work but him. So there was no one else, according to what is written, rested. It don't say the animals rested. It don't say that Adam and Eve rested. Now, we can insinuate that, and it might be true, but we are witnesses of the book. We are witnesses of the volume of the book. We are witnessing what we find written, not what we think. Thus, we find in the second verse of the second chapter of Genesis, and on the seventh day, Yahweh ended his work, which he had made, and he rested on the seventh day. If you add anything to that, you are a liar, based on what we find written. That's what we're witnessing. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work, and he was the only one working, which he alone had made. And Yahweh blessed the seventh day of his work, of his creation. The climax, it reads, and Elohim blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, set it apart. Now we know that the seventh day is set apart from the first. We know that the seventh day is set apart from the sixth. But we don't know that what it means when it comes to set apart with us. They say we set apart, but we find ourselves in the midst. Thus, the third verse reads, and Yahweh blessed the seventh day and sanctified it, because that in it he had rest from all his work, which Yahweh created and made. Before I continue on, I have a few notes that I would love to be recorded on this presentation. So let me reveal these notes, and then we get right back into the teachings, which this is part of the teachings. I just want to record it. That way you will have it. It tells us in your brother notes that Genesis 2, verse 2 and 4, and let me read the fourth verse right quick before I read my notes. It tells us in Genesis 2 and 4, these are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, how they were made, how they were created by one God, whose name alone is Yahweh. It says, these are the generations of the heavens and of the earth, when they were created in the day that Yahweh Elohim made the earth and the heavens. Well, in my notes, and the notes that I'm about to reveal is dealing with Genesis 2, 2, and 4. And it is known as the day of rest. And what we find in these notes is these words. One work remains to fill out the week of creation. And please take note of these notes that I'm bringing out. That way you can reason with yourself among these notes to see if what you have been taught is true or not. It says again, one work remains to fill out the week of creation. In my notes, it tells us the measurement of time by weeks is taken for granted. And we have people teaching that, well, there was only one 7th day, and it wasn't, the Sabbath wasn't every 7 days. It was just one Sabbath, or it came on the new moon. Well, it tells us the measurement of time by weeks is taken for granted. It is called Yahweh's rest. Yahweh takes delight in his creation. And in sanctifying the 7th day, he wills that mankind shall take similar delight, because Yahweh truly took delight in his creation. This rest is thus considered to be Yahweh's climatic work and man's highest good. The text says nothing explicit about the cultic institution of the Sabbath, which we will. But it allows us to know, when you read Genesis 2, 1 to 4, you will find nothing about the cultic institution of the Sabbath that the Israelites were under. Nor the origin of which are unknown. So it's saying the origins are unknown, because you're dealing with Genesis 2. You're going to have to get into the volume of the book to find where Yahweh chose the people and what he commanded the people to do dealing with the Sabbath. But you won't find that in Genesis 2. It tells us implicitly, however, the institution of the Sabbath is traced to Yahweh's creative act. Significantly, the formula, there was evening and there was morning, which we see the first rendering found in Genesis 1, verse 5, and we just seen that same rendering in Genesis 1, verse 31. But we did not see it in Genesis 2, thus the notes tells us the formula, there was evening and there was morning, is omitted. It's not there. The work of creation has ended. There is to be no new 7-day cycle. Various interpretations of the significance of Sabbath observance are given in your Holy Scripture, which we will give. It is a sign that one keeps Yahweh covenant. Did you get that? It is a sign that one keeps Yahweh's covenant. And we're going to use the same verses. We know this is true based on Isaiah, the 56th chapter, the 2nd to the 8th verse. It's also a memorial of Israel's deliverance from Egypt, which we will read and find in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, the 12th to the 15th verse. And note, when we find ourselves in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, the 12th to the 15th verse, it is a memorial of Israel's deliverance from Egypt. That's why we're going to find the word remember. A memorial of Yahweh's rest after creation. We will find that in Exodus, the 20th chapter, the 8th to the 11th verse. Here, however, the author is content to record the fact of Yahweh's rest as the climax of his work of creation, and Yahweh's blessing and hallowing of the day of rest. Apparently, the 7th day of Yahweh's rest is to be fruitful in a fashion analogous to that stated in the blessing of sea creatures, birds, and mankind, according to Genesis 1, verse 22 and verse 28. Also in my notes, it tells us, so ends the P account, which is the priestly account of the creation of the heaven and the earth. I will end on that note right there. And let's pick up in the book of Nehemiah, the 9th chapter. And please take heed to the notes. It tells us in Nehemiah, the 9th chapter, if we all turn it, please. And let's pick up at the 6th verse. Nehemiah 9, verse 6, and it reads, Thy, even thy, art Yahweh alone. Thou hast made the heaven of heavens, with all their hosts, the earth and all things that are therein, the seas and all that is therein, and thou preservest them all. And the host of heaven worship thee. Thy art Yahweh the Elohim, who did choose Abram, and broughtest him forth out of Ur of the Chaldees, and gave it him the name of Abraham, and founded his heart faithful before thee, and made it a covenant with him to give the land of the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Amorites, the Perizzites, and the Jebusites, and the Gershites, to give it, I say, to his seed, and has performed, just like Yahweh have climaxed the seventh day based on his creation. Well, he has also performed the words that he promised Abraham. He have already chosen their seed. He have already covenanted with them in the wilderness, and he have already given them the Sabbath as a distinctive sign of the covenanted people. Thus it reads, and has performed thy words, for thy alone art righteous. And did see the affliction of our fathers in Egypt, and heard their cry by the Red Sea, and showeth signs and wonders upon Pharaoh and on all his servants and on all the people of his land. For thou knewest that they dealt proudly against them, as we are being dealt proudly against today. So did thou get thee a name, as it is this day. And thou did divide the sea before them, so that they went through the midst of the sea on the dry land, and their prosecutors thou threwest into the deeps, as a stone into the mighty waters. Moreover, thou leddest them in the day of thy by a cloudy pillar, and in the night by a pillar of fire, to give them light in the way wherein they should go. And this is the only way that we can go and have light. Thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and speakest with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments and true laws. How can the Sabbath be executed without the judgments? When Yahweh made known to them first the judgments, it reads one more time. Thou camest down also upon Mount Sinai, and speak with them from heaven, and gavest them right judgments and true laws. Well, if you say the law is true, then you must say the judgments is right. Good statutes and commandments. And please take note of the 14th verse, dealing with what our notes just said, and dealing with what we just read in the first and second chapter of Genesis. It says, and made known unto them thy holy Sabbath, the same Sabbath that was sanctified, the same Sabbath that was consecrated, the same Sabbath that was holy, that was made known to the Israelites in the wilderness after they were saved out of servitude and affliction, and made known unto them thy holy Sabbath, and commandest them precepts, statutes, and laws by the hand of Moses, thy servant. And we are bringing forth the truth to make a distinction between the holy and the profane, and also to show forth this distinctive sign or the distinctive sign of a covenanted people. Thus, if we turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 16th chapter, we will find where this distinctive sign is being used and given to this covenanted people, and it allows us to denote the will of their creator and the will of the one that made the covenant with them. Exodus, the 16th chapter. And what we find in Exodus 16th chapter, dealing with a free people, with their creator among them, it reads, if we pick up at the 6th verse, I'll pick up at the 5th verse of the 16th chapter of Exodus. And it reads, and Moses and Aaron, I said the 5th verse, and it came to pass that on the 6th day they shall prepare that which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And note, we went to Genesis 1, verse 31, and we showed the people what was said about the 6th day of Yahweh's creation. And then we showed in the 2nd chapter, the first 3 verses, what was said about the 7th day and how the Sabbath was created and how Yahweh sanctified and hallowed that particular day. So it allows us to know that they go together. It's just a separate day. Well, what we're reading in this 16th chapter, it lets us know that the 6th day and the 7th day go together. They just different days, but both days you are commanded to do something that will end your work and allow you to celebrate this great day. Thus, it tells us again in the 5th verse, and it came to pass on the 6th day, they shall prepare. This is not a suggestion, this is a command. That which they bring in, and it shall be twice as much as they gather daily. And Moses and Aaron said unto all the people, or all the children of Israel, at even then ye shall know that Yahweh hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. Please take note. It said, at even ye shall know that Yahweh hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. Well, today we deal with the Sabbath. We got people talking about the preparation day and all that. But it don't denote that he brought us out of America. It don't denote that he brought us back from wherever he scattered us, from America or abroad. But you're going to use these words to try to justify what you're doing. And it don't. And it won't. Thus, it reads again, and Moses and Aaron said unto all the children of Israel, at even ye shall know that Yahweh hath brought you out from the land of Egypt. And in the morning, which would be the Sabbath, the end of Yahweh's creation, it says, and in the morning, then ye shall see the glory of Yahweh. For that he hear your murmurings against Yahweh. And what are we that ye murmur against us? And Moses said, this shall be when Yahweh shall give you in the evening flesh to eat, and in the morning bread to the full. For that Yahweh hear your murmurings, which ye murmur against him. And what are we? Your murmurings are not against us, as I tell my brothers and sisters all the time. Your murmurings are not against me. Every time I show you a verse and you want to murmur, it's against Yahweh, not me. It says, your murmurings are not against us, but against Yahweh. And Moses speak unto Aaron, say unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, come near before Yahweh. For he, as it read in Ecclesiastes 12 to 13 verse, it says, for he have heard your murmurings. And it came to pass, as Aaron speak into the whole congregation of the children of Israel, that they looked toward the wilderness. And behold, the glory of Yahweh appeared in the cloud. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, I have heard the murmurings of the children of Israel. Speak unto them, saying, at even ye shall eat flesh, and in the morning ye shall be filled with bread. And ye shall know, which many of you don't today, that I am Yahweh your Elohim. And it came to pass that at evening the quails came up and covered the camp. And in the morning the dew laid around about the host. And when the dew that laid was gone up, behold, upon the face of the wilderness there laid a small round thing, as small as a hoary frost on the ground. And when the children of Israel saw it, they said one to another, it is manna. For they wist not what it was. They did not know what it was, so they called it manna. And Moses said unto them, this is the bread which Yahweh hath given you to eat. This is the thing, note, for those under the covenant. This is the thing which Yahweh hath commanded. Gather of it every man according to his eating, and armor for every man according to the number of your persons. Take ye every man for them which are in his tents. And the children of Israel did so, and gathered some more, some less. And when they did measure it with an armor, he that gathered much had nothing over, and he that gathered little had no lack. They gathered every man according to his eating. And Moses said, let no man leave of it until the morning. This represents the preparation of the 6th day. Notwithstanding, they hearkened not unto Moses, but some of them left of it until the morning, and it bred worms and stank, and Moses was wroth with them. And they gathered it every morning, every man according to his eating, and when the sun waxed hot, it melted. And it came to pass that on the 6th day they gathered twice as much bread, 2 armors for one man. And all the rulers of the congregation came and told Moses. And he said unto them, this is that which Yahweh has said. Tomorrow is the rest Well, when you look up this word rest under 76, 77, you find the word Shabbat. In many of your books, you might not find the word Shabbat, but you will find the word rest. It says, the rest of the holy Sabbath into Yahweh, for we know what that means now, because Yahweh brought forth and sanctified the seventh day, ending the climax of his creation. It says, bake that which ye will bake today, and seeth or boil that ye will boil, and that which remain over, like leftovers, lay up for you to be kept until the morning. And they laid it up till the morning. And that's probably why you don't find in Genesis 2, the evening and the morning was the seventh day. It says again, until, lay it up until the morning. And they laid it up till the morning, as Moses laid, and it did not stink, neither was there any worm therein. And Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath. Today is a rest that Yahweh used to commemorate or used to bring forth the end of his creation. Thus it reads in the 25th verse, and Moses said, eat that today, for today is a Sabbath unto Yahweh. Today ye shall not find it in the field. 6 days ye shall gather it. But on the seventh day, which is the Sabbath, not the evening, but on the seventh day, which is the Sabbath, and it, in that day, there shall be none. And it came to pass, based on what we have already brought forth, the people were being right in their own eyes while they found themselves in the wilderness. Thus the 27th verse read, and it came to pass that there went out some of the people on the seventh day, not the 6th day evening, but on the seventh day, for to gather, and they found none. And Yahweh said unto Moses, how long refuse ye to keep my commandments and my law? See, for that Yahweh hath given you the Sabbath. And note, we are reading the pure words that we find in our Holy Scriptures. And these words denote that man was not born under the Sabbath, but instead man was given the Sabbath. Thus it reads again, see, for that Yahweh hath given you the Sabbath. Therefore he give you on the 6th day. Note that you truly would have a 6-day preparation if you were under the covenant of the law and enjoying the 7th day rest. But you're not. Thus many people don't even speak about the 6th day because they couldn't prove it or produce it anyway. The blessing that Yahweh promised to give the Israelites on the 6th day. That's not a suggestion, that's a blessing. Thus, in its entirety, dealing with the 29th verse, it reads again, see, for that Yahweh hath given you the Sabbath. Therefore, the reason why he give you on the 6th day, did you get that? the bread of 2 days. Abide ye every man in his place. Let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. Note the 30th verse, it reads, so the people rested on the 7th day. And they were to do these things all the way until they entered into the land of Canaan. So these things was done for 40 years. These things, far as a double portion and all that, was done for 40 years. Well, today we find ourselves teaching that we're under the Sabbath, and it's never done in America or nor abroad, and it shouldn't be, because as we read, it was only done once Yahweh made known the Sabbath and gave the Sabbath to the children of Israel, who he has saved from Egypt. Well, today you're not saved, but you're teaching you're under the Sabbath. You're teaching he's already given it to you, but you're not saved. Thus, it tells us in the 31st verse, the house of Israel called the name thereof manna, and it was like corduroy seed, white, and the taste of it was like wafers made with honey. And Moses said, this is the thing which Yahweh commanded. Fill an armor of it to be kept. No witness against you in them. It says, fill an armor of it to be kept for your generations. I bet you can't produce no manna, that they may see the bread wherewith I have fed you in the wilderness, when I brought you forth from the land of Egypt. It continued to read, and Moses said unto Aaron, take a pot and put an armor full of manna therein, and lay it up before Yahweh to be kept for your generation. As Yahweh commanded Moses, so Aaron laid it up before the testimony to be kept. And the children of Israel did eat manna 40 years until they came to the land inhabited. They did eat manna until they came into the borders of the land of Canaan. Now an armor is the 10th part of an ephah. And we know that this was truth because they, the last time they ate manna was when they left the wilderness in the book of Joshua, the 5th chapter, the 12th verse. That was the last day, and it even mentions it in Joshua, the 5th chapter. Also, we find, as we just brought out, dealing with a double portion, which is have never been done in bondage. We find also being made known to Israel. If we take a look at the 20th chapter of Exodus, we see that this great day of Yahweh's creation is being made known to the Israelites under the bond of a covenant, which we find in Exodus, the 20th chapter. Let's pick up at the 8th verse and let's read to the 11th verse. And it reads, remember, and don't forget what the notes said. If you forgot what the notes that your brother showed forth said, all you got to do is re-listen to the notes, and you will see that the notes go hand in hand with what we are reading in this presentation today. For it said in the notes that it was a memorial that Yahweh made known his Sabbath to Israel when he delivered them out of Egypt. Well, what word is usually used for memorial? Remember is the word. Thus we find in the 8th verse of the 20th chapter of Exodus, remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy. 6 days shall thou labor and do all thy work, like the Creator did. But the 7th day is the Sabbath. That's why people can go back and forth from Genesis and back to the testimonies or the history of Israel, because they were commanded to do the same thing that Yahweh did at the end of his creation. Thus it reads in the 10th verse, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work. Thy, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rest the 7th day. Wherefore, the reason why Yahweh blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. He blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it, not to give it to someone, but because of what he did, because it denoted the end of his great creation. It is known as the climax of his creation, the 7 days. We also find in the book of Exodus, if we turn to the 31st chapter, and in this chapter we find the sign. We find that the Sabbath is denoted as a distinctive sign of a covenanted community. Let us turn our scriptures to Exodus, the 31st chapter. And in your spare time, please take a look at Exodus, the 25th chapter, and see how this 25th chapter, all the way to the 31st chapter, is instructions. And note the instructions. The instructions was given to those that Yahweh had put a spirit on to create whatever he commanded them to make. He gave them the spirit to make it. Well, he's letting them even know when the 7th day comes, I don't care what I put on you, cease from work. Even if it's dealing with my temple. Even if it's dealing with the items that I command you to put in the temple, cease from work and observe the Sabbath. And we will see those truths in the 31st or the 35th chapter of Exodus. Right now, we all should find ourselves in the 31st chapter of Exodus. And after the Almighty had gave those instructions of what to build and where to put it in his temple, we pick up at the 12th verse of the 31st chapter of Exodus, and it reads, And Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, Speak thy also. Also. What is also? Could the also denote what was just said in the 30th chapter of Exodus? the 29th chapter of Exodus, the 28th chapter of Exodus, the 27th chapter of Exodus, the 26th chapter of Exodus, and the 25th chapter of Exodus? Absolutely. Thus, it tells us again in the 13th verse of the 31st chapter of Exodus, speak thy also into the children of Israel, saying, verily, my Sabbaths, not 76, 77, but 76, 76, which denotes Sabbaths, ye shall keep, for it is a sign between me and you throughout your generations, that ye may know, believe, and understand that I am Yahweh that does sanctify you. Let's stop. Because it's talking about a distinctive sign. And this distinctive sign goes all the way back to creation. It goes all the way back to where Yahweh sanctified the seventh day. Well, if he sanctified the seventh day and then put you under the same sanctification, thus it will denote that ye may know, believe, and understand that I am Yahweh that does sanctify you. Well, we know that the seventh day is the Sabbath. We know that Yahweh has sanctified it, that Yahweh has set it apart from the 6 days. But we got people teaching we under the Sabbath. And we do not see, nor know, nor believe, nor do we understand that we are sanctified today, because we're not. But if you were truly under the covenant of the law, you would be sanctified, and it will be a sign, the distinctive sign that you are a covenanted people. As it reads in the last sentence of the 13th verse, that ye may know that I am Yahweh that does sanctify you. The 14th verse reads, ye shall keep the Sabbath, therefore. The reason why, for it is holy unto you. You got to be sanctified. You got to be made holy to be holy. Everyone that defiles it, this is not a suggestion, this is the instruction. Everyone that defile it shall surely be put to death. So if you were under the covenant of the law and you defiled it, the Sabbath, you were commanded by a righteous judgment to die, because you have breached the covenant. Everyone that defile it shall surely be put to death. For whosoever does any work therein, even those that was working in the temple, even those that was making the special instruments that was placed in the temple, it says, whosoever does any work therein, that soul shall be cut off from among his people. Reminding you what you read in the 6th or in the second chapter of Genesis, it reads, 6 days may work be done. But in the seventh is the Sabbath of rest. 76, 77. Holy to Yahweh. Whosoever, reiterating the whosoever, does any work in the Sabbath day, not the Sabbath night, but the Sabbath day, he shall surely, verily be put to death. Wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. And it says throughout their generations for a perpetual covenant. And we've seen that several generations didn't even make it in, even though they called themselves keeping the Sabbath as commanded in the wilderness, being free with their Elohim. They forsook. They found themselves gathering sticks and things like that on the Sabbath. Thus, judgment was to be due, because you got to follow every word of the instruction, so we can show by way of testimony and law, he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. Well, today we defile the Sabbath day and we just say we're doing the best we can. Today, based on your delusion, you defile the Sabbath day, and we say, well, we're just giving Yahweh the benefit of the doubt. We're doing it the best way we can. He know where we at. I know he do. That's why you're not under it. The 16th verse reads again, wherefore the children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath, to observe the Sabbath throughout their generation for a perpetual covenant. It is, Israel, a sign, and that sign is the distinctive sign that Yahweh have given a covenanted people. Thus, the 17th verse reads, it is a sign between me and the children of Israel. Hold on. Why not the world? You keep running to Genesis 2, and you say, well, the Sabbath from the beginning. Well, Israel wasn't, so why not the world? Why doesn't it read, it is a sign to the world? Because it's not. It should be. It probably will be at the end, but right now, we're talking about some people that he have chosen. We're talking about some people that he has made known of Genesis 2, 1 through 4. Thus it reads in the 17th verse, it is a sign between me and the children of Israel. How long? Was it just a week ago? It just started. It says forever. Because Israel is the ones he chose. Because Abraham was his friend, and that was the one he covenanted these truths with. Thus, it is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 days Yahweh made heaven and the earth, and on the 7th day he rests. Not the 7th night. It says on the 7th day he rested and was refreshed. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communing. Where was they communing at? Was it not Mount Sinai? 40 days and 40 nights, it says, and he gave it to Moses when he made an end of communing with him upon Mount Sinai 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone, written with the finger of Elohim. So can't nobody unwrite that. Can't nobody unwrite what is written in Genesis 2. Just like can't nobody unwrite what is written in Exodus 31, nor what we find in Nehemiah 9, allowing us to know when Yahweh made known his Sabbath unto his chosen people, the Israelites. And that Sabbath was a distinctive sign that these people was covenanted with Yahweh, Elohim of the heaven and earth. It also tells us in the 35th chapter of Exodus, backing up what your brother said about no matter who was working, it tells us in Exodus, the 35th chapter, if we take a look at the first three verses, and it reads, and Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together, because nobody is exempt from these great commands, from these great instructions of the children of Israel. And Moses gathered all the congregation of the children of Israel together and said unto them, not the world, but unto them, these are the words which Yahweh hath commanded that ye should do them. 6 days shall work be done, but on the 7th day there shall be to you an holy day, because Yahweh consecrated and hallowed the 7th day. Thus, a Sabbath of rest to Yahweh. Whosoever does work therein shall be put to death. Ye shall kindle no fire throughout your inhabitations upon the Sabbath day. One more place I would love to also go to is found in the book of Leviticus. Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the first 3 verses. And what it says in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, to try to go in chronological order, it tells us, and Yahweh spake unto Moses, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, concerning, please take note, the feasts of Yahweh, because as your brother has stated, there are Sabbaths included in the feast days. So when we read Nehemiah 9, and it said he made known to them his Sabbath, his feast days, because there were Sabbaths in the feast days. Thus we found the plural word Sabbaths, just like you found in Exodus 31, verse 13, the word Sabbaths. Thus it reads in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter, the 2nd verse again, speak unto the children of Israel and say unto them, concerning the feasts of Yahweh, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. Even these, all the feasts you find in the 23rd chapter of Leviticus, it says, even these are my feasts. The 3rd verse, the last verse I will read, it says, 6 days shall work be done. But the 7th day is the distinctive sign of a covenanted people. It reads, it is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. Let me read that third verse in its entirety again. 6 days shall work be done, but the seventh day is the distinctive sign. It says, is the Sabbath of rest, and holy and sanctified and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh. Where at? Wherever you at? Is you talking to the world or are you talking to them? It told us it's talking to the children of Israel. It commanded Moses to tell the children of Israel. Thus it reads, it is the Sabbath of rest and holy convocation. Ye shall do no work therein. It is the Sabbath of Yahweh in all your dwellings. And again, brothers and sisters, if you ever become confused with what denotes the dwellings of the Israelites, all you have to do for to find truth is to read the book of Yahshua. And there's none of your brothers, marays, teachers, scholars, any of them can refute the dwellings of Israel against the book of Yahshua. None of them. They can lie to you, but they will never be able to justify their lie when they use or look into the book of Yahshua. Been a long time coming for your brother to knock that wall down, but that wall has been destroyed. We are no longer to believe that Israelite dwellings was wherever they were. And just like we knocked down that wall, we're knocking down this Sabbath. We're going to prove and continue to prove that this distinctive sign could never be done in the enemy's land. Nor could it ever be done without the Israelites being under the covenant of the law. It also tells us, Israel, going by way of chronological order, if we take a look at the 25th chapter of Leviticus, it's right here in our face. It's just that a lot of teachers won't take us there, won't show us what it says. They banking on your lack of knowledge. It's a little different with your brother here. I want you to have knowledge. I want you to see what I see. Thus, it reads in Leviticus, the 25th chapter, the very first verse. And Yahweh spake unto Moses, where at? In Mount Sinai, saying, speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, please note the time and place, when ye come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath unto Yahweh. Note the similarity. Note the climax of Yahweh's creation. For it reads in the third verse, 6 years thou shalt sow thy field, and 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard. And the reason we're dealing with years is because of what was said in the first verse, when ye come into the land which I give you, then shall the land keep a Sabbath. Well, the land kept a Sabbath 365 days, the whole year. Thus, when we talk about weeping or working, the days is not a day, but it is a year. Thus, it tells us again in the third verse, 6 years thou shalt sow thy field, and 6 years thou shalt prune thy vineyard, and gather in the fruit thereof. But take note, in the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of rest, and to the land a Sabbath for Yahweh. Thou shalt neither sow thy field nor prune thy vineyard. That which grows of its own accord of thy harvest, thou shalt not weep, neither gather the grapes of thy vineyard undressed. For it is a year of rest into the land. And please take note, it went greater into the work, for it says, what about that which grows on its own accord? It don't take no man labor. The sun, the rain, and the soil that it finds itself in is more than enough. It's going to grow. Well, the Almighty said, well, you can't even go get it. When it's grown, leave it alone. Because if you go get it, I don't care how good that apple look. I don't care how good whatever grows on its own look. You better not go get it. Because when you go get it, it's like you gathering the sticks on the Sabbath day. And you're going to be defiled. And the judgment of the breach of the covenant is death. Thus, it tells us in this 6th verse, and the Sabbath of the land shall be meat for you. No. For thee, and for thy servant, and for thy maid, and for thy hired servant, and for thy stranger that sojourn with thee, and for thy cattle, and for thy beasts that are in thy land, not your enemy's land, shall all the increase thereof be meat. Just like the 6th day being a double portion. And thou shalt number 7 Sabbaths of years into thee. 7 times 7 years, which is 49. And the space of the 7th Sabbath of years shall be into thee 49 years. Then shall thou cause the trumpet of the Jubilee to sound. Note how Israel celebrated the Sabbath in their own land. The Sabbatical year. It says, then shall thou cause the trumpet of Jubilee to sound on the 10th day of the 7th month. And the day of atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout your land, not the enemy's land. We got to follow instructions now. And ye shall hallow the 50th year. 49 plus 1, the 1 denotes the 7th. It says, ye shall hallow the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land, and to all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee. Liberty. And to you, and ye shall return every man into his possession, and ye shall return every man into his family. You is not even allowed to overwork the man. After the 6th year, you got to let him go. The work, the labor must stop. The 11th verse reads, A jubilee shall that 50th year be into you. Ye shall not sow, neither reap that which grows of itself in it, nor gather the grapes in it of thy vine undressed. For it is the Jubilee. It shall be holy unto you. Ye shall eat the increase thereof out of the fields. In the year of this Jubilee, ye shall return every man into his possession. And if thou sell aught into thy neighbor, or buyest aught of thy neighbor hand, ye shall not oppress one another. According to the number of years after the Jubilee, thou shalt buy of thy neighbor, and according into the year, or according to the number of years of the fruits, he shall sell into thee. According to the multitude of years, thou shalt increase the price thereof, and according to the fewness of the years, thou shalt diminish the price of it. For according to the number of the years of the fruit does he sell into thee. The 17th verse reads, Ye shall not therefore oppress one another, but thou shalt fear thy Elohim, for I am Yahweh your Elohim. Wherefore ye shall do my statutes, and keep my judgments, and do them, and ye shall dwell in the land in safety. And the land shall yield her fruit, and ye shall eat your field, and dwell therein in safety. And if ye shall say, What shall we eat the 7th year? Just like dealing with the 6th day double portion, and what should you eat the 7th day? Well, it was the leftovers. Where here it says, And if ye say, What shall we eat the 7th year? Behold, we shall not sow, nor gather in or increase. Then I will command my blessing, just like he did on the 6th day. I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 whole years. There is no reason in the world for you to go out on the Sabbath year unless you just greedy and refuse to believe your Creator. For it tells us in the 21st verse, Then I will command my blessing upon you in the 6th year, and it shall bring forth fruit for thee for 3 years, and ye shall sow the 8th year. That's when you can get back to work. And ye shall sow the 8th year, and eat yet of old fruit until the 9th year. And that, when you went back to work, you just went back to some of the blessings. You still haven't really started eating of that which you worked. For it says again in the 22nd verse, And ye shall sow the 8th year, and eat yet of the old fruit until the 9th year. Until her fruit comes in, ye shall eat of the old store. That's how Yahweh got you. He got you so checked and safety that there will be no reason in the world to go out to prune the fields. No reason in the world to go out in the 7th year because of what he did the 6th year. The same reasonment it gives us about the 7th day because of what he did and blessed you the 6th day with a double portion. It continued to tell us, the land should not be sold forever, for the land is mine. For ye are strangers and sojourners with me. Note the glory of all lands. Note the Israelites' dwellings. And in all the land of your possessions ye shall grant a redemption for the land. If thy brother be waxing poor, and have sold away some of his possession, and if any of his kin come to redeem it or buy it back, then shall he redeem that which his brother sold. And if the man have none to redeem it or buy it back, and himself be able to redeem it or buy it back, then let him count the years of the sale thereof, and restore the overplus unto the man to whom he sold it, that he may return into his possession. But if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him that hath bought it until the year of Jubilee. So the Almighty got you. Even if you fall waxing and poor, the Almighty got you, because the seventh year, the year of Jubilee, if you had the money or not, your righteous brother was to release you or whatever you have sold him. It continued to tell us, again in the 28th verse, and if he be not able to restore it to him, then that which is sold shall remain in the hand of him that has bought it until the year of Jubilee. And in the Jubilee it shall go out, and he shall return into his possession. And if a man sell a dwelling house, a house, not a dwelling place, a house in a walled city, then he may redeem it within a whole year. After it is sold, within a full year may he redeem it. And if it be not redeemed within the space of a full year, then the house that is in the walled city shall be established forever to him that bought it throughout his generation. It shall not go out in the Jubilee. But the houses of the villages, which have no walls round about them, shall be counted as the fields of the country. They may be redeemed, and they shall go out in the Jubilee. Notwithstanding, the cities of the Levites and the houses of the cities of their possession may the Levites redeem at any time. Note the instructions. And if a man purchase of the Levites, then the house that was sold in the city of his possession shall go out in the year of Jubilee. For the houses of the cities of the Levites are their possession among the children of Israel. But the field of the suburbs of their cities may not be sold, for it is their perpetual possession. And if thy brother be waxing poor and fall in decay with thee, then thou shalt relieve him, yea, though he be a stranger or a sojourner, that he may live with thee. Take thy no usury of him or increase, but fear thy Elohim, that thy brother may live with thee. I want to skip over some and jump to the main point I'm trying to get to, even though we just read a bunch of points. But I want to bring something else in here to allow us to know what this servitude denote, allow us to know how Yahweh gave us the Sabbath to allow us to rest, because now we are his servants. When we were Pharaoh's servants, as we find ourselves being America and abroad servants, we're not a recipient of this true rest. So I would like to pick up at the 38th verse. And what we find in the 38th verse is these truths. I am Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt, to give you the land of Canaan, and, note, I brought you out of the land of Egypt, to give you the land of Canaan, as I promised your father, and as I promised your father, to be your Elohim. That's the purpose of him bringing you out. It is going to be the same purpose when he brings you out of America and abroad. No other reason besides him remembering the covenant and hearing your cry and seeing the affliction, which still go hand in hand with the covenant that he made with your father. The 39th verse. And if thy brother that dwell with thee be waxing poor, and be sold into thee, thou shalt not compel him to serve as a bondservant, but as an hired servant, because the hired servant will still be able to keep the Sabbath. It says, and as a sojourner he shall be with thee, and shall serve thee into the year of Jubilee. And then shall he depart from thee, both he and his children with him, and shall return into his own family, and to the possession of his fathers shall he return. For they are, please take note the difference between being in America and being in your own land, between being under the law of America and being under the law of your own Creator. For it reads, for they are my servants. That's the great distinction, which I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as bondsmen, as we are today. Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, as we are ruled today, but shall fear thy Elohim. Both thy bondsmen and thy bondsmaid, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondsmen and bondsmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy, and of their families that are with you, which they begat in your land, and they shall be your possession. Ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you, to inherit them for a possession. They shall be your bondsmen forever. But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over another with rigor. And if a sojourner or stranger wax rich by thee, and thy brother that dwelleth by him wax poor, and sell himself into the stranger or sojourner by thee, or to the stock of the stranger's family, after that he is sold, he may be redeemed again. One of his brethren may redeem him. Either his uncle or his uncle's son may redeem him, or any that is knight of kin unto him of his family may redeem him, or if he be able, he may redeem himself. And he shall reckon with him that brought him from the year that he was sold to him into the year of Jubilee. And the price of his sale shall be according to the number of years. According to the time of an hired servant shall it be with him. if there be yet many years behind, according to them, he shall give again the price of his redemption out of the money that he was brought for. And if there remain but few years into the year of Jubilee, then he shall count with him, and according to his year shall he give him again the price of his redemption. And as a yearly hired servant shall he be with him, and the other shall not rule with rigor over him in thy sight. The last two verses allows us to know that there is a difference being a servant of Yahweh and the servant of your enemy. And if he be not redeemed in these years, then he shall go out in the year of Jubilee, both he and his children with him. For unto me, Yahweh said, the children of Israel are servants. They are my servants, whom I brought forth out of the land of Egypt. And when you understand that, you will understand I am Yahweh, your Elohim. So it allows us to know, and I hope I didn't take you off point, but allowed us to know that all the Sabbaths denotes Yahweh climax of his creation. And it denotes that you were able to work for 6 days. You were able to work the land for 6 years. But there came a time that you must climax your duties, your works, as Yahweh did with his creation. And it also tells us, going in chronological order, if we take a look in the book of Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter. And what we find in Deuteronomy, the 5th chapter, if we pick up at the 12th verse, and read to the 15th verse, these great truths. And it reads, keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it. It said and commanded and instructed the Israelites to keep the 7th day and sanctify it. Now that's good and dandy if I'm in my own land, if I'm the ruler and I can rule my own land. That is impossible to do if I found myself in the enemy's land. Thus, it allows us to know that these instructions was given to a free people, and these things was to be executed, as we read in Deuteronomy 5:31-33, as we read in Deuteronomy 6:1-3, and as we will read throughout our entire Holy Scripture, these things was commanded to be done in all of their dwellings, in the land that they possessed and inherit, the promised land. The glory of all lands is where all these things were instructed and commanded to be done. Thus it reads, keep the Sabbath day to sanctify it, as Yahweh thy Elohim command thee. So it's a command to be, that you, being under the covenant of the law, sanctify the Sabbath. It reads, 6 days thou shalt labor and do all thy work. But the 7th day is the Sabbath of Yahweh thy Elohim. In it thou shalt not do any work, thy, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, nor thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy ox, nor thy ass, nor any of thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. That thy manservant, note the difference being under your rule and being under the enemy rule. It says that thy manservant and thy maidservant may rest as well as thou. And in closing, it allows us to know that this is a memorial dealing with the creation of Yahweh and dealing with Yahweh delivering the Israelites out of Egypt. It tells us, and remember, the memorial, it reads, and remember that thy was a servant. And please remember what you just read in Leviticus, the 25th chapter. And remember that thy was a servant in the land of Egypt, and that Yahweh, thy Elohim, brought thee out thence through a mighty hand, and by a stretched out arm, and made known unto thee his Sabbaths. It reads, therefore, the reason why Yahweh, thy Elohim, commanded thee to keep the Sabbath day, because it was him and him alone that brought you out of servitude and affliction which you endured in Egypt, and he gave you the Sabbath. Not only did he give it to you, but he commanded you to keep it holy. And they didn't. But the breach of that great covenant, it tells us, he that defiled the Sabbath day shall die. And let's show forth that testimony. And we can find that testimony before we show how Israel actually desecrated the Sabbath. Once it was made with them, let's show the judgment of the breach of the covenant. For we have read several times, he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. Defile denotes a breach. Well, let's take a look at the breach. And let's take a look at the righteous judgment, which is found in Numbers, the 15th chapter. Numbers, the 15th chapter. And we're going to pick up at the 32nd verse. Numbers, the 15th chapter, the 32nd verse, and it reads, and while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, note where they're at, and note their condition. They are free. They are free from servitude and affliction. They are being led by a cloudy pillar in the day and a pillar of fire at night. Their Elohim is among them. The man that Yahweh chose to instruct them is among them. And it tells us this. And while the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man that gathered sticks upon the seventh day because he didn't believe. I don't believe that mess. I'm going to go find me something. The 33rd verse reads, and they that found him gathering sticks brought him into Moses and Aaron and into all the congregation. And they put him in work because it was not declared what should be done to him. All they know is he that defiled the Sabbath day should die. We need to know how he dies. And it reads in the 35th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. And he's going to tell you how. All the congregation shall stone him with stones without the camp. And we got a lot of people that constantly teach foolishness and lying to the people, and they say, well, we're not here to judge. Yahweh is going to do the judging. They can't get around the verse that you're showing them. So they hurry up and tell you, yeah, that's what it said. But Yahweh going to judge them. That is not what Yahweh said. And that denotes foolishness. Thus, it reads, again in the 35th verse, and Yahweh said unto Moses, the man shall be surely put to death. All the congregation, not Yahweh, it says all the congregation shall stone him with stones. And it allows you to know who and where. And they was to stone him with stones, not in the land or not in the camp, not among the congregation, but it says without the camp. So it allows us to know who was to execute the judgment, and it allows us to know where the judgment was to be executed. And all the congregation brought him without the camp, not Yahweh. It says, and all the congregation brought him without the camp, and stoned him with stones, and he died. Was that righteous? It reads, as Yahweh commanded Moses. Absolutely. It was the righteous judgment. Well, even after these great things and these many testimonies that we have read, the children of Israel were still hard-headed. They found themselves still rebellious. They found themselves many times not believing Yahweh. So we have many testimonies of where Israel desecrated the Sabbath under the covenant of the law in the land of promise. And let's show a few of these things before we get to what happened after the Babylonian captivity and then close. Right now, let's all find ourselves in the book of Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. Ezekiel, the 20th chapter. And Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, will also note that the Israelites found themselves under the covenant of the law, thus were they commanded to keep the Sabbath. And in this command, it allowed the world to know that they were a covenanted people with this distinctive sign upon them. And that sign was called the Sabbath. Thus, if we go to Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, and let's start at the 3rd verse, because we are also including the judgments. We want the world to know that Yahweh is righteous in all that he said and done. So we're not going to omit the judgments. We're going to include them as it is written. Thus it tells us in Ezekiel, the 20th chapter, if we pick up at the 2nd verse, it reads, then came the word of Yahweh unto me, saying, Son of man, speak unto the elders of Israel, those that supposed to know, and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, are ye come to inquire of me? As I live, said Yahweh Elohim, I will not be inquired of by you. Will thou judge them, son of man? Will thou judge them? Cause them to know the abomination of their fathers, and say unto them, thus said Yahweh Elohim, in the day when I chose Israel, and lifted up my hand into the seed of the house of Jacob, and made myself known. Please take note, because at this same time he made himself known, he also made the Sabbath known. It says, and made myself known unto them in the land of Egypt, when I lifted up my hand unto them, saying, I am Yahweh, your Elohim. And the day that I lifted up my hand unto them to bring them forth of the land of Egypt, into a land that I have expied for them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. And this land that is known as the glory of all lands was none other than all of the Israelites' dwellings. Then said I unto them, cast ye away every man the abomination of his eyes, and defile not yourselves with the idols of Egypt. I am Yahweh your Elohim. But they rebelled against me, and would not hearken unto me. They did not every man cast away the abomination of their eyes, neither did they forsake the idol of Egypt. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them, to accomplish my anger against them in the midst of the land of Egypt. But we know what happened if we followed the instructions and remember what was read in the 13th and 14th chapter of Numbers. We know what happened. We know what Moses pleaded to Yahweh. Thus it tells us in the 9th verse, but I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, among whom they were, in whose sight I made myself known unto them. How? And bringing them forth out of the land of Egypt. Wherefore I caused them to go forth out of the land of Egypt, and brought them into the wilderness. And when I brought them into the wilderness, I gave them my statutes, and showed them my judgments, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. This verse allows you to know there is no way in the world that you could be under the covenant of the law and not live in it. And when we talk about live in it, please take note what that includes: the statutes and the judgments. There is no way in the world that a man can say he's under the covenant of the law and not live therein. You can't be under the covenant of the law and say Yahweh going to do the judgments. Thus it reads in the 12th verse. Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them. And that distinctive sign is, again, Israel, that Israel was a covenanted community, adhering to all that was commanded and instructed, to the extent they had to live therein. Thus it reads in the 12th verse again. Moreover, also I gave them my Sabbaths to be a sign between me and them, that they might know, believe, and understand that I am Yahweh that set them apart. Or it reads that I am Yahweh that sanctified them, just like he sanctified the seventh day. But it tells us in their desecration, but the house of Israel rebelled against me in the wilderness. They walk not in my statutes, and that's all it takes to rebel. And they despise my judge. That's all it takes to rebel. Which if a man do, please take note, he shall even live in them. And my Sabbaths, they greatly polluted. So today, you are despising these words. Thus, the statutes and the judgments never go forth. And you are actually living in this. So today you are teaching you under the Sabbath. Today you will say Shabbat Shalom, but the statutes of the Sabbath is not being done, nor the judgments thereof. And it will denote pollution. It will denote defilement. Thus it reads, and my Sabbaths they greatly polluted. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them in the wilderness. And we seen what that denotes, to consume them. But I wrought for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted before the heathen, in whose sight I brought them out. Yet also I lift up my hand unto them in the wilderness, that I would not bring them into the land which I have given them, flowing with milk and honey, which is the glory of all lands. Why did you do that? For those that forgot, it said, because they despise my judgments and walk not in my statutes, but polluted my Sabbaths, which you will do if you don't walk in the judgments and the statutes. For their heart went after their idols. So this also allows us to know a way of defiling the Sabbath. And it's not just work. A lot of people say, well, I ain't working, so I'm doing it. Well, the Almighty lets us know, we that have eyes and can see, if you're not doing all the statutes thereof, nor the righteous judgments thereof, you despise and you pollute, which is defile the Sabbath. It also tells us one more place here in the pickup at the 20th verse. It says, and hallow, I'll start at the 19th, I am Yahweh your Elohim. Walk in my statutes and keep my judgments and do them. There's no way around it. And hallow my Sabbaths. You cannot hallow Yahweh's Sabbaths without keeping his judgments and walking in his statutes. It is impossible. And hallow my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign. It shall be that distinctive sign upon you that you are a covenanted people. And hallow my Sabbaths, and they shall be a sign between me and you, that ye may know that I am Yahweh your Elohim. It says, notwithstanding, the children rebelled against me. They walked not in my statutes, neither kept my judgments to do them, which if a man do, he shall even live in them. Quit lying and telling us you're under the Sabbath and you don't live in the judgments. They polluted my Sabbaths. Then I said, I will pour out my fury upon them to accomplish my anger against them in the wilderness. Nevertheless, I withdraw my hand and wrath for my name's sake, not your sake, not for your reenactment, not for what your heart want to do, but it says, I withdraw my hand and wrath for my name's sake, that it should not be polluted in the sight of the heathen, in whose sight I brought you them forth. And you ain't been brought forth nowhere. So it ain't even talking about what you doing in another man's land. I lift up my hand unto them, also in the wilderness, We got people asking today, are we in the wilderness? How are you going to be in the wilderness when America is bopping you upside the head? How are you going to be in the wilderness when you're paying your rent and all that to America? No, you ain't in the wilderness. You would find yourself in another man's land being servants and afflicted, needing to be saved out of it. Thus it reads, I lift up my hand unto them also in the wilderness, that I will scatter them among the heathen and disperse them through the countries, because they have not executed my judgments, but have despised my statutes and have polluted my Sabbaths, and their eyes were after their idols. So we're just reading the testimonies of how the Israelites later on in retrospect despised Yahweh's Sabbaths, despised his statutes, despised his judgments. Thus, they were going to be punished, and they were punished because of their despisement. But what held the punishment back is because they were still in the wilderness, and the people, the nations that heard of Yahweh's fame, would have given a bad report, and that report would have been that Yahweh could never save them. He lied. That's why he killed them in the wilderness, because he never possessed the power to save them. So that is the only reason he spared them, the times that we read about him sparing them in the wilderness. Now we're talking about the desecration of the Sabbaths in the land under the covenant of the law. And Yahweh is furious. Thus, it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. Jeremiah, the 17th chapter. And what we find in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, is more truths by way of testimony. And it tells us in Jeremiah, the 17th chapter, we pick up at the 19th verse. And it reads, Thus said Yahweh unto me, Go and stand in the gate of the children of the people, whereby the kings of Yehuda come in, and by the which they go out, and in all gates of Jerusalem, which denote a particular geographical location in a city in that location, has nothing to do with America, nor you being scattered abroad. The 20th verse reads, And say unto them, Hear ye the word of Yahweh, ye kings of Yehuda, and all Yehuda, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem that enter in by these gates. Thus said Yahweh, Take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. Neither carry forth a burden out of your houses on the Sabbath day. Neither do ye any work, but hallow, sanctify, set apart ye the Sabbath day, as I commanded your fathers. But they obeyed not, neither inclined their ear, but made their necks stiff, that they might not hear nor receive instruction. And that is exactly what your brothers and sisters do today when you give them this instruction. When they knock it down, when they become right in their own eyes, it is called what you just read in the 23rd verse, and that is, they obey not, neither incline their ear, but instead they made their necks stiff. Why are you doing all that, brothers and sisters? It reads, that they might not hear nor receive instruction. You get it? So next time you ask your brother, when I tell the people what they doing, why they come back and tell me this, or why they won't do it, no difference than what their fathers did when they were under the covenant of the law in the land. That is a form of not receiving instruction. That's all it is. That's what Yahweh called it. So when your brothers and sisters do it again, all you got to do is reflect to this verse and say, oh, they just refuse instructions. And it came to pass, if you diligently hearken unto me, and it shall come to pass, if you diligently hearken unto me, said Yahweh, to bring in no burden through the gates of this city on the Sabbath day, but hallow the Sabbath day, to do no work therein. Look at the reward. Look at the sign that Yahweh is with you. It says, then shall there enter into the gates of this city kings and princes sitting upon the throne of David. So again, it allows us to know it has nothing to do with us today. Riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princes, the men of Yehuda and the inhabitants of Jerusalem. And this city shall remain forever. And they shall come from the cities of Yehuda and from the places about Jerusalem and from the land of Benjamin and from the plains. Note where they're coming and note where they're going. And from the mountains and from the south, bringing burnt offerings and sacrifices and meat offerings and an incense and bringing sacrifices of praise into the house of Yahweh. And the reason this is read like that is because Yahweh was going to place his name in one city, in one of the tribes of thy brethren, and there were you to come and bring all that Yahweh command thee. Thus the 27th verse read, but if ye will not hearken, there's only one instruction. If you're not hearkening to, is not going by that instruction, you are not hearkening. But if ye will not hearken unto me, to hallow, to sanctify, to set apart, to keep holy the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, even entering in at the gate of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then I will kindle a fire in the gates thereof, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched, as it is this day, and as it happened when the children of Israel were sent to Babylon. It also tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter. Amos, the 8th chapter tells us, if we take a look at the 4th and 5th verse, Amos, the 8th chapter, the 4th and 5th verse. And it tells us in Amos, the 8th chapter, the 4th and 5th verse, hear this, O ye, that swallow up the needy, that refuse to tell the truth to the poor. It says, even to make the poor of the land to fail, saying, when will the new moon be gone, that we may sell corn, and the Sabbath, that we may set forth wheat, making the ephah small and the shekel great, and falsifying the balance by deceit. So what we find here is that they wanted to know when these special days of commemoration is gone, where they can get back to their evil work. They perpetrating, but all along they are evil, and they make a breach, the same breach that our fathers made in the wilderness, they making the same breach with their thoughts and their acts. And I just wanted you to see the perspective of the people during the days that Israel is about to be doomed. And if we go back, we can go to Hosea 2, where our sister brought forth earlier today in our presentation while we were just talking. And we find in the 2nd chapter of Hosea, the 10th and 11th verse. And it tells us, and now will I discover her lawlessness in the sight of her lovers, and none shall deliver her out of my hand. And what is it that Yahweh got the children of Israel under in his hand? It says, I will also cause all her merits to cease. Her feast day, because of the desecration of the Sabbath. It said, I will also cause all her merits to cease, her feast days, her new moons, and her Sabbaths, and all her solemn assemblies, or all her solemn feasts. It also tells us, if we take a look in the book of Nehemiah again, the 10th chapter, Nehemiah 10. And what we find in Nehemiah 10, if we pick up at the 28th verse and read to the 31st verse, and it reads, and the rest of the people, the priests, the Levites, the porters, the singers, the Nithiums, and all they that have separated themselves from the people of the lands into the law of Elohim. Note what sanctified means. Note what set apart means. Note what it means to do all that I command you in the land that you possess and in the land that you inherit. It says, and all they that have separated themselves from the people of the lands into the law of Elohim, their wives, their sons, and their daughters, every one having knowledge and having understanding. If you truly have knowledge and understanding of these instructions, you know there's no way in the world that you can be set apart or sanctified or keeping the covenant or the Sabbath in the land of your enemies. Because the people that did have knowledge and understanding of that day, they are allowing us to know that you must separate yourself. They cleaved to their brethren, their nobles, and entered into a curse and into an oath to walk in Elohim's law, which was given by Moses, the servant of Elohim, and to observe and do all the commandments of Yahweh our Master, and his judgments and his statutes. And that we would not give our daughters into the people of the land, nor take their daughters for our sons. And if the people of the land bring ware or any victuals on the Sabbath day to sell, that we would not buy it of them on the Sabbath or on the holy day, and that we would leave the 7th year in the extraction of every debt. Also, we made ordinances for us to change ourselves yearly with the 3rd part of the shekel for the service of the house of our Elohim, for the shewbread, as our sister brought up today, and for the continual meat offering, and for the continual burnt offering, for the Sabbaths and Sabbaths of the new moons, for the set feasts, and for the holy things, and for the sin offerings to make an atonement for Israel, and for all the work of the house of our Elohim. And we cast the lots among the priests, the Levites, the people for the wood offering to bring it into the house of our Elohim after the houses of our fathers at times appointed, year by year, to burn upon the altar of Yahweh our Elohim, as it is written in the law, and to bring first fruits of our ground, and the first fruits of all fruit of all trees, year by year, into the house of Yahweh. Also the firstborn of our sons and of our cattle, as it is written in the law, and the firstlings of our herd and of our flock, to bring to the house of our Elohim, and to the priests that minister in the house of our Elohim. And that we should bring the first fruits of our dough, and our offerings, and the fruit of all manner of trees, of wine and of oil, and to the priests, to the chambers of the house of our Elohim, the tithes of our ground, and to the Levites, that the same Levites might have tithes in all the cities of their tillage. And the last verse is the 38th verse, and it reads, and the priests, the son of Aaron, should be with the Levites when the Levites take tithes, and the Levites shall bring up the tithes of the tithes into the house of our Elohim, to the chambers, and to the treasure house. So all this was allowing us to know that they made an agreement. They took up an oath and a curse to follow all that Yahweh said. And note, they are in the land of promise under the covenant of the law. And they wanted to reestablish the truth, the statutes, and the judgments. 1 second, I need to switch phones. 1 second. It also tells us, Israel, if we take a quick look in the book of Leviticus, the 26th chapter. We might well touch on this right quick to allow us to see how Yahweh truth and judgment makes a full circle, because they go hand in hand. Truth and righteousness kiss one another. Thus we find in Leviticus, the 26th chapter. And let's pick up at the 34th verse. And many people don't understand these verses and are teaching that we are not under the Sabbath because it speaks about the Sabbatical year. But what they don't understand is the Sabbatical year, as we just explained, dealing with Leviticus, the 25th chapter, denotes the creation. And it is a Sabbath of the land. It's called the Sabbatical year. It is a Sabbath of the land that Yahweh commanded Israel to keep. You got to remember, no matter where it's at or what type of Sabbath it still denotes the covenant, and it denotes what Yahweh commanded the people. So a lot of people wouldn't accept our explanation about Israel not keeping the Sabbath according to Leviticus, the 26th chapter. So let's try again. It tells us in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, we pick up at the 34th verse, then shall the land I'll start at the 33rd verse. Maybe that'll give you a better idea that you kicked off. And I will scatter you among the heathen, and will draw out a sword after you. So I don't know how you keeping the Sabbath. You scattered, and I'm trying to kill you. And your land shall be desolate, and your cities waste. Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbath. Can we all agree that this is talking about what we just read in Leviticus, the 25th chapter? Absolutely. It says, then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lie desolate, and you be in your enemy's land. And we done had people that want to teach foolishness so great and not listen to all the words of the instructions. They tried their best to still teach that we were to keep the Sabbath in our enemy's land. Like this wasn't a punishment. Like what we're reading is one thing, but we can undo it or do better in the enemy's land. Well, the Almighty is allowing us to know that that's how you was punished. And that's how the land enjoyed her Sabbath while your butt was in the enemy's land being killed. Let's read it one more time. Then shall the land enjoy her Sabbaths, as long as it lie desolate, and you be in your enemy's land. And what's going to be going on in the enemy's land, according to the 33rd verse, you're going to find yourself scattered and a drawn-out sword after you. Even then shall the land rest and enjoy her Sabbaths, which denote Leviticus, the 25th chapter. If you forget and don't remember, all you got to do is turn back one chapter and read it again. It's right there. The 35th verse reads, as long as it lie desolate. And the only reason it's lying desolate is because your butt is off of it, found in the enemy's land, being chased by the sword. As long as it lie desolate, it shall rest. Well, why did you have to kick us off for it to rest? It reads, because it did not rest in your Sabbaths. And please mind you, your Sabbaths denotes all the Sabbaths. It don't just denote the weekly, but it does include it. But it don't just denote the weekly Sabbath, it denotes all the Sabbaths. So this is a testifying that the Israelites desecrated the Sabbath, the Sabbathal year in their Sabbaths. It could have been the weekly Sabbath. It could have been the Sabbath of the Day of Atonement. You could have went out that day and said, I know we don't supposed to, but I'm going to get that. Look good. I'm going to get that. I'm chopping that down. I'm bringing that in the house. And you just desecrated the Sabbath. So the Almighty said these things was done. This law is given because when ye dwelt upon it, it says, as long as it lie desolate, it shall rest, because it did not rest in your Sabbath when ye dwelt upon it. And it allows you to know that Israel kept the Sabbaths in the land when they supposed to kept the Sabbaths in the land, the glory of all lands. It allows us to know each and every time where Israel was supposed to be keeping it. It allows us to know each and every time when Israel got punished, why they got punished, because they were not keeping it. And none of those times will you find yourself being scattered nor abroad. But each and every time, the offense is what you did in your land. It also tells us, according to the 43rd verse of the same chapter, the land also shall be left of them. If you could keep the Sabbath wherever you was at, there's no reason to write the 34th, the 35th, the 43rd verse. What is these verses for? If we were able to keep the Sabbath wherever we were at. But it allows us to know that that is not the case, and they defiled the Sabbath in the land of glory. The promised land, they defiled the Sabbath. Thus the 43rd verse reads, the land also shall be left of them, and shall enjoy her Sabbath, while she lie desolate without you. And they shall accept of the punishment. It is a punishment that the land is enjoying its Sabbath without you. Thus it reads, and they shall accept of the punishment of their iniquity, because, even because, as we read in Ezekiel 20, they despise my judgments, and because they sold or whored my statutes. Again, Israel, there's no way in the world that you can be under the covenant or the distinctive sign of that covenant, which is the Sabbath, without being under the statutes and the church. It's impossible. And today, you are not under either. It also tells us in closing, I'll bring it to an end. It tells us, if we take a look in the book of Nehemiah, the 13th chapter. Nehemiah, the 13th chapter. Dealing with the time and place. The place is back in the land under the covenant of the law during the days of Nehemiah and Ezra, which denotes after the Babylonian captivity. What we read in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, denoted the coming captivity, which was Assyria and Babylon. Nehemiah denotes after their punishment. And then I will read 2 or 3 what is called eschatological prophetic messages dealing with the Sabbath, and we will close on that note. Right now, we should all find ourselves in Nehemiah, the 13th chapter. Due to time restraint, we're going to pick up at the 15th verse. In your spare time, please read the entire chapter. We're going to pick up at the 15th verse and read to the 22nd verse. And it reads, in those days, I in Yehuda, not America, nor scattered abroad. It says, in those days, saw I in Yehuda some treading wine presses on the Sabbath, and bringing in sheaves and laden asses. And we read, according to Jeremiah 17, not to do those things in Yehuda nor in Jerusalem. And lading asses, as also wine, grapes, and figs, and all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And we said, according to the 21st and the 22nd verse, we would not do such things. But here, it allows us to know that these people was bringing in all manner of burdens, which they brought into Jerusalem on the Sabbath day. And I testified against them in the day wherein they sold victuals. There dwelt men of Tyre also therein, which brought fish and all manner of ware, and sold on the Sabbath unto the children of Israel. And in Jerusalem, then I contended with the nobles of Yehuda, and said unto them, what evil thing is this that ye do, and profane the Sabbath day? Did not your fathers thus, and did not our Elohim bring all this evil upon us and upon this city? Yet ye bring more wrath upon Israel. How? By profaning the Sabbath. And it came to pass that when the gates of Jerusalem began to be dark before the Sabbath, I commanded that the gates should be shut, and charged that they should not be opened till after the Sabbath, separating, keeping that out. And some of my servants I set at the gates, that there should no burden be brought in on the Sabbath day. So the merchants and sellers of all kind of ware lodged without Jerusalem once or twice. Then I testified against them, and said unto them, why lodge ye about the wall? If you do so again, I will lay hands on you. He that defile the Sabbath day shall die. If you do so again, I will lay hands on you. From that time forth came they no more on the Sabbath. And I commanded the Levites that they should cleanse themselves, and that they should come and keep the gates to sanctify the Sabbath day. Remember me, O my Elohim, concerning this also, and spare me according to the greatness of thy mercy. Eschatologically prophesied, it tells us, if we take a look in the book of Isaiah, the first place we will go to is found in the 56th chapter, Isaiah 56. And what we find in this eschatological prophecy in Isaiah 56, the first to the 8th verse, is these great words. Thus said Yahweh, keep ye judgment and do justice, for my salvation is near to come. And this is talking about the future. For my salvation, or what is known as eschatological, for my salvation is near to come, and my righteousness to be revealed. Blessed is the man that does this, and the Son of Man that lay hold on it, that keep the Sabbath from polluting it, and keep his hand from doing any evil. Neither let the son of the stranger that have joined himself, please take note who the stranger, the son of the stranger is, and what he have to do. that have joined himself to Yahweh, speak, saying, Yahweh hath utterly separated me from his people. Neither let the eunuch say, Behold, I am a dry tree. For thus said Yahweh unto the eunuch that keep my Sabbaths, and choose the things that please me. And take hold, please take note, as your brother have said for over 20 years, for you to be under the Sabbath, you must be under the covenant of the law. For it reads, and take hold of my covenant. Even to them will I give in my house, and within my walls, not wherever you find yourself, but within my walls, a place and a name better than of sons and of daughters. I will give them an everlasting name that shall not be cut off. Also the sons of the stranger that join themselves to Yahweh, to serve him and to love the name of Yahweh, to be his servants, every one that keep the Sabbath from polluting it, and take hold of my covenant. Even them will I bring to my holy mountain, and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted upon my altar. For my house shall be called an house of prayer for all people. The Master Elohim, which gathered the outcasts of Israel, said, Yet will I gather others to him besides those that are gathered into him. And as I stated, this is known as a eschatological prophecy. It deals with the last days, which is not upon us yet. Also, we find an eschatological prophecy dealing with the Sabbath in the 58th chapter. If we take a look at the 13th and 14th verse. And it reads, If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath, from doing thy pleasures on my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy of Yahweh, honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thy own ways, nor finding thy own pleasures, nor, note this, speaking thy own words. Disregarding the instructions, the judgments that we show you, and then you speak your own words. It says, nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words. The eschatological prophecy says, then shall thou delight thyself in Yahweh, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father. And please take note, don't forget that quick what the inheritance was. For the mouth of Yahweh has spoken it. Also we find in the book of the book of Ezekiel, two more eschatological prophecies, and we will end the presentation on this note, on these notes. The first one is found in Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. Ezekiel, the 44th chapter. I said the 44th. One second. And my second one should be, I just don't see it yet. The second one will be in the 46th chapter. So right now we should find ourselves in Ezekiel 44. We're going to take a look at the the 23rd and 24th verse in Ezekiel 44. And it reads, and they I'll start at the 22nd verse, allow you to know that this is denoting an eschatological time. It says, neither shall they take of their wives a widow, nor her that is put away, as it read in the law in the book of Leviticus. Neither shall they take for wives a widow, nor her that is put away, but they shall take maidens of the seed of the house of Israel, or a widow that had a priest before. And they shall teach my people the difference between the holy and profane, and cause them to discern between the unclean and the clean, as we have done and continue to do. And in controversy they shall stand in judgment, and they shall judge it according to my judgments. And that's what we do with the Sabbath each and every time. And they shall keep my law and my statutes and all my assemblies, and they shall hallow my Sabbaths. That's what's going to transpire in the last days. It also tells us by way of eschatological prophecy. In closing, we will close on this note. In closing, Ezekiel, the 46th chapter. And I'll start from the first verse to the third verse, or start from the first verse to the fourth verse and close. And it reads, thus said Yahweh Elohim, the gate of the inner court that look toward the east shall be shut, note, the 6 working days. But on the Sabbath it shall be opened. And in the day of the new moon it shall be opened. And the prince shall enter by the way of the porch of that gate without, and shall stand by the post of the gate. And the priests shall prepare his burnt offering and his peace offering, and he shall worship at the threshold of the gate. Then he shall go forth, but the gate shall not be shut until the evening. Likewise, the people of the land shall worship at the door of this gate before Yahweh in the Sabbaths and the new moons. And the burnt offering that the prince shall offer unto Yahweh in the Sabbath day shall be 6 lambs without blemish and a ram without blemish. And it goes on and tell you all the things that was to be worshipped or to be offered on that day. So here, and this is a great chapter to read to give you insight of what Yahweh said the last days will look like. So in closing, with this eschatological prophecy, it allows us to know that there was a distinctive sign. And this distinctive sign denoted that the Israelites was a covenanted people, and that they found themselves resting where many other nations and people did not rest, that they found themselves under rigorous servitude because they were not the servants of Yahweh, and Yahweh had not made known unto them the Sabbath. So this allows us to know again that the Sabbath was the distinctive sign that the Israelites was truly set apart to be Yahweh's servants. And we do not see that sign today because we find ourselves not set apart, but instead in the midst of our enemies, being servants and afflicted. That will be the end of the presentation, which was called the distinctive sign of the covenanted community, the Sabbath. We will open up for comments and questions. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Is there any comment? And give your brother 1 second before you make your comments and questions. Sorry about that. Is there any comments or questions? No comments or questions?
Yeah, this is Johanna.
Go ahead, sister.
It was a great presentation. I took all the notes that I could take, and I also wanted to say that the truth definitely is not popular because in our community, you know, we have a lot of our brothers and sisters that think they're doing what the Most High has told us to do, when reading these scriptures and what the Most High said is very clear that we're definitely in captivity. And Hosea chapter 2, verse 11 is very real. And on top of that, if we even attempt to try to execute the law here in a polluted, abominable land, we'll find ourselves in jail. We could never do Deuteronomy 14. Deuteronomy chapter 14, verse 22 to 29, Leviticus chapter 18, 22 to 30. I could go on. The list goes on and on. We could never, ever do that because right now we got people, men and women wanting to change their sex. We have people that are molesting children. We have people murdering people. And the thing of it is if we were actually to try to execute these judgments, we would be put to jail. We would be put in jail. So, I mean, it's so clear that we don't have a government, we don't have a rulership. We are in a very, very terrible state. So, for us to even believe and to think, and I just praise the Most High and I thank Him so much for you because for quite some time I believed that we could keep the Sabbath day. But I just thank the Most High, Yah, that it didn't take me a long time to know the truth, for me to seek Him and, you know, to really want to do what He wants us to do. So I just thank you so much for your courageous efforts, continuing to bring forth the Most High's truth. And it's just amazing how, you know, I look at your videos and they don't get many views, but you definitely speaking what the Most High said. So it's just amazing to me how you got all these camps speaking all these words. They speak in part truth, and then they leaving out the most important truth of what we're supposed to be doing right now. Okay? And they have thousands of views. They have thousands of views, and they got thousands of followers, but we know the truth truly is not popular. And I just thank you so much, and I just, you know, ask, you know, that the Most High keep blessing or keep showing you mercy, because I know we can't be blessed and cursed at the same time. But I just pray that He continues to show you mercy and your family, and for you to continue to do His work.
Hallelujah. And that's very wisely spoken and very, very encouraging, my sister. And you're absolutely correct. Truth is not popular. That's why we find in Exodus, the 23rd chapter, to follow not a multitude to do evil, because the truth ain't going to be with the multitude. More likely, the multitude is going to be doing evil. And we also know in the words of wisdom that the truth is heard in quietness. It's not going to be heard standing on the corner, dressed in a costume, hollering all day. That is not the truth. The truth is heard in quietness, as it is written in the book of Ecclesiastes. I think it's the 8th chapter. And you're absolutely correct. I used to always say, if we were under the covenant of the law today, with all these killings among our youth, with people becoming homosexuals, transsexuals, and every other sexual, we would be at war. If we had our own constitution, which we read out of, if we were truly under these words, we would be at war. We wouldn't be protesting. We wouldn't be finding ourselves going to Washington on a field trip. None of that. We would be at war, because that's what the law says. We would have went and proclaimed, and if they would not proclaim peace with us, once we brought forth our accusations of what they have done and said, we would have been at war. But no, we're never at war. We're never at war. We're crying all the time. We're bringing these subjects up all the time, but we never find ourselves at war. And the only reason why, as you just plainly stated, is because we're not under our law. We are under the enemy's law. And these laws and these acts are based on their laws. It is legal to be gay. It is illegal to be transsexual. It is legal to even kill us to a certain extent. If they can prove that we their property, then they're going to get away with it. It is legal because we are under their constitution. So you're absolutely right, my sister, and that was very wisely spoken. Is there any other comments or questions?
Can you hear me?
Can't hear you, brother. Speak up a little bit.
Oh, I just wanted to say, I don't know if you can hear me, but, in Isaiah 59 and 15, it say, the truth tells, and he that departs from evil make himself a prey. I just wanted to say that, That's all.
Hallelujah. And that's wisely spoken also, brother, because if you believe it or not, you are a prey. You are a prey to the wicked every time you speak the truth. Every time you fear Yahweh and refuse to do evil like the multitude, you become a prey. And that's very wisely spoken, brother. Is there any other comments or questions?
I just have two more things to say. If nobody else have anything to say, I don't want to take up all your time.
Go ahead, sister.
So if nobody else has anything to say, I just wanted to say, doesn't it say in our holy scriptures that we're supposed to accept the punishment?
Yes, we just read that in Leviticus, the 26th chapter, and it was speaking to the people that was going to be punished for their iniquity. But go ahead, sister.
Okay, so another thing I wanted to say is that the Most High tell us to meditate day and night on His Word. And when I tell you, I'm going to say my personal experience of people that refuse to believe that we can not keep the Sabbath or the new moons or His feast days in captivity, it's an ongoing battle. And so for me personally, when I tell you I listen to your teaching, I go to sleep with it playing. I listen to it all day long unless I'm going through a bout of depression, because I deal with that a lot lately since I've gone through some horrific ordeal, which that's another story. But when I tell you meditating on the Word, reading it for yourself, nobody can shake you or move you from what the Most High said. Because when I'm trying to talk to people, I said, listen, we got to stop listening to the leaders. The Most High already told us the leaders cause us to err. Okay, so when you're meditating on His Word, when you're hearing what thus said Yah, you can't go wrong. And so I find myself meditating, because sometimes I'm going to tell you, people, they'll do a number on you. And if you're not constantly meditating on the Most High's Word, what He said, not what the other man at the up the street said, or not what the man that's saying, your brother's saying, that's at the house of Israel in Cincinnati or Atlanta or anywhere they at. When you listening to what the Most High said, because the Most High speaking to us through His Word. Okay, so when we hear what He say, we can't let nobody, knock us off the path. Right. So I just wanted to say that, and I'm done. Praise the mighty Yah.
Hallelujah. And that's truth, sister. And a lot of times, it says the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. And many times when we find ourselves being recipients of trials and tribulations and oppression, it's hard to hear the truth. When Moses was told to send to bring the truth to the people, it told us that they didn't believe him. And the reason why they didn't believe him is because of the hard bondage and oppression that they found themselves under. Well, that's how it is today. So when we find ourselves under all this trials and tribulation and oppression, we trying to find something good. We don't want to hear the brothers say we ain't under the Sabbath. We want to be delusional because of what we're enduring. So we want to be under the Sabbath. But that's a delusion. That's not truth. So we got to make truth pleasant to us. And when truth is pleasant to us, we will agree and adhere to every word that we read. We're not going to let no man take that from us when truth is pleasant. But it's going to be a time, or you're going to have to wait till truth is pleasant. and then you will truly perceive what is written.
Praise the Almighty Yah.
Is there any other? And let me just say one more thing, and go on with what you just said. Based on you saying you don't supposed to run to all these other people trying to take you away from Yahweh or giving you half of what Yahweh said, well, the Almighty let you know that's true. And that consists of one of the 7 things that he hates. For it tells us in Proverbs 6, the 19th verse, it says, a false witness that speak lies, and he that sow discord among brethren. Well, discord is easily sown when one show you exactly what Yahweh said, and when the man show you what he said, or when one show you exactly what is written, and your brother and sister show you what they've been taught. That is sowing discord among brethren. Because how can 2 walk together except they be agreed? So we got to be agreed with the same thing, and we're not.
Yep. Yeah.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions?
Hallelujah. When you do fail to follow the multitude to do evil, you find yourself alone. Most of the time, you're going to be alone or with a very few crowd of people here and there scattered. And that's something that we have to get used to. But, a lot of times the people will say, well, even if they do, if you show them that the law is not being applied right now, that they will say, well, we're going to show the Most High that we love him and that we're gonna attempt to do as much as we can, which is just being partial. You being partial in the law, which is more of an abomination because you're not even doing it the way he says to do it. It's like disrespectful. It's just like if your parents told you to go to your room on punishment, but you decide to go down and watch TV instead and say, well, I'm in the house, but I'm just not in my room. Okay, you being disrespectful. So, yes, that's one thing I noticed when I accepted this truth that you basically are walking alone. And then, because a lot of people are still under the spell of, believing, these teachers. And so they're looking at you like you're a lawbreaker, you're disobedient, when in fact they are not following what the Most High says. So you're going to end up, mostly walking by yourself. So it's I'm thankful for you, Elder, and for these teachings, and just want to say all praises to the Most High.
Hallelujah. And who was this?
This Sister Deborah in Virginia.
Hallelujah. That's what I thought. I just didn't want to say it, but that's what I thought.
Hallelujah. I'll be listening. I don't say much more these days, but yes, I'll be listening, Elder. Hallelujah.
And that's so true. The truth, unfortunately, is a lonely walk. Unfortunately, we're not going to have a lot of people understanding the truth. I think we've been on the air now about 6 years or so, and I done talked to many people. I have said, and I have been questioned, are we the only people that know this? And I say it's hard to believe because there's so many people in the earth. But far as what is being witnessed, it sounds like we are. Now, we ain't heard everybody. But I'm saying what we done heard and what's been witnessed, it sounds like we are the only people in the earth. And you say, how could that be? Well, All we got to do is go back to the beginning, where the scripture tells us. Let me read it. In Genesis, the 6th chapter, it tells us, and Yahweh saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth. You mean all of men? It says it repented Yahweh that he had made man on the earth. And it grieved him at his heart. And Yahweh said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth. Both man and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowl of the air, for it repent me that I have made them. But, it says, but Noah found grace in the eyes of Yahweh. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was just. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generation. And Noah walked with Elohim. The earth also was corrupt before Yahweh, and the earth was filled with violence. You mean the whole earth? It says, and Yahweh looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh have corrupt his way upon the earth. And Yahweh said unto Noah, the end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. So what I'm using this for to show us that it's possible that there's just a generation of people that might know this truth. We read, our brother read, I think it was the 22nd Psalm, where there will be a generation or will be a people born, known as a generation that will not lie. Well, what is the rest of the people doing? Lying. But there's going to be some people that I'm going to bring up that will not lie. They will take heed to every one of these words. And we might just be that generation.
Yeah, it's lonely, but even when I go over to Africa, Elder, it's the same way. You have people over there that's keeping this. They say they keeping the Shabbat, but they don't even I don't see not anyone over there speaking this word, speaking the truth. They're all caught up on following the multitudes, and I have not seen none. I mean, just let me see, maybe one that's not from there, but even the people over there, that say they Torah only, but they still saying they keeping the laws. So yeah, it's lonely, and you just don't seem to fit in, which is good. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And I thank you for that testimony, because a lot of times your brother do be pondering, well, how is our brothers and sisters thinking that, that's in Africa and dealing with these, we got brothers and sisters that left America that went to Africa. How is they, what is their perspective? And your witnessing allows me to know that it's the same. And it's sad. It's sad because I hope more and more people know. I hope that we are not the only people that Yahweh have risen up in this generation that will not lie.
Oh
But
my.
if it is, it is what it is. I praise Yahweh because he knows what's best.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions? It's a great comment, very wisely spoken, as usual. Is there any other comments or questions?
I think my brother went to sleep. This is Johanna again. I think my brother had fallen asleep. But when we were listening to your teaching, he went on to YouTube, and I don't know for what reason, because he doesn't watch the House of Israel Atlanta at all. But for some reason, he went on there today, and Elkanah was talking about he's so disappointed in people not believing that we can keep the Sabbath. And so I was saying to myself, I don't even know why you're even looking at that. And so he said, well, he was just looking at it to see what scriptures he was going to bring out, because they never bring out the scriptures that you bring out.
I know that's right.
They don't want to do that.
I got a sister that I love so much. We're very close, and I try to tell her, and she was like, yeah, but the words say we're supposed to remember the Sabbath to keep it holy in all our dwellings. And then they would say we're supposed to fear Yah and keep his commandments. And so I'm saying, but you're not reading the whole, you're not really reading the whole thing, because we're in captivity. So how are we going to do this? That's all.
He told those people that.
It's so hurtful, and it's so discouraging, and it's just so, like, to me, I tell people, I'm jealous for the Most High, like I am. So when I hear foolishness, when I hear people talking about JC is the Savior, it upsets me so badly. Like, I really get, like, I'm almost in tears, because I'm like, are you kidding me? But yet you're supposed to be serving the Most High, but you still believe somebody came and died for us, and we catching, excuse my expression, all this hell.
You should be jealous. I'll be jealous too if you try to tell me somebody else my father. I'm telling you Yahweh my father, and you trying to tell me somebody else my father. I'm furious too. I will be furious too. You should be jealous. If you truly love Yahweh, you should be jealous. It should irk you every time you hear about somebody else's opinion
or
their imagination. And I just wanted to say this as a little sense of humor. Let your brother know it's all good with him falling asleep. I done talked to many of my brothers and sisters, and they done fell asleep. That's how sweet this truth is.
Yes.
Oh, he all right falling asleep. People been falling asleep on me for years.
Every week.
Every week.
But we can go back and we can look at it, on YouTube. Praise the Lord.
Oh yeah, that's how it is. I know the people I'm talking to, they go back and look at it and come back and report and everything. But I'm just saying, at the moment, those words is sweet, and they make you fall asleep. I done seen it.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. And yes, ma'am.
The best sleep. Yes, it'd be the best too.
Is there any other comments or questions before I let you go?
We having a total blackout over here, but all praises to the Most High that He allowed my phone to hang in there. Here it is. Hallelujah.
Yeah, just let you know the controller Yahweh. He control everything. And we just had a couple blackouts in Cincinnati these last few days, some storms and stuff. But like, if the Almighty wants you to know it, there's no weapon formed against you that can prosper. There's nothing. We're going to find out what He wants us to find out.
Hallelujah.
Is there any other comments or questions? If there isn't any other comments or questions, I'm not going to hold y'all any longer. I'm going to go ahead and get ready to watch this great fight about to come on, Earl Spence and Terrence Crawford. So we're going to go ahead and end. Yeah, your brother love fighting. We're going to go ahead and end this great presentation by reading Psalms 147. Let's give Yahweh one more praise before we close. Psalms 147 in closing. And it reads, Hallelujah, praise ye Yahweh, for it is good to sing praises unto our Elohim. For it is pleasant, and praise is beautiful. Yahweh does build up Jerusalem. He gathers together the outcasts of Israel. He heals the broken in heart and bind up their wounds. He tells the number of the stars. He called them all by their names. Great is our master and of great power. His understanding is infinite. Yahweh lift up the meek. He cast the wicked down to the ground. Sing unto Yahweh with thanksgiving. Sing praise upon the harp unto our Elohim, who covers the heaven with clouds, who prepare rain for the earth, who make grass to grow upon the mountains. He gives to the beast his food, and to the young raven which cry. He delights not in the strength of the horse. He takes no pleasure in the legs of a man. Yahweh take pleasure in them that fear him. Please take note. And those that hope in his mercy. Hallelujah, O Jerusalem, praise thy Elohim, O Zion, for he hath strengthened the bars of thy gates. He hath blessed thy children within thee. He make peace in thy borders, and fill thee with the finest of wheat. He sent forth his commandment upon earth. His word runs very swiftly. He gives snow like wool. He scattered the hoary frost like ashes. He cast forth his ice like morsels. Who can stand before his cold? He sent out his word and melt them. He causes his wind to blow and the waters flow. He showed his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgments unto Israel. And please take note. He have not dealt so with any nation. And as for his judgments, unfortunately, many of our people don't know them, but it says, and as for his judgments, they have not known them. Hallelujah, 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 and shalom, Israel.
Hallelujah, family.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.